Chapter 24 Warning _2 For a normal person, that was considered a good outcome. However, this conscription was targeted against them, and due to confidentiality concerns, it was highly unlikely for anyone who made the draft list to return. Even if they weren't killed in battle, it would be almost impossible to see them again during their lifetime. Although the government would provide compensation and ensure the families were properly taken care of, one would definitely be a sacrifice. It's all hearsay, what this and that. In my opinion, these are just rumors. Du Quan immediately spoke up. Indeed. The government hasn't mentioned it officially, it might just be a routine conscription. That's right, Lin Yuan, you shouldn't worry too much either. Perhaps after you retire, you could be reassigned back to the military district. A few people started comforting Lin Yuan. Of course, it was just consolation. In reality, no one was positive about this conscription. Even though the government hadn't explicitly stated the purpose of the draft, compensation for everyone on the list had already been arranged. This was no secret, anyone who cared even a little could find out. After all, if it were just a routine conscription, would they offer so much compensation? Actually, there might be a turning point. My uncle works in the military district. I will go back tonight and ask him to see if there's any possibility of making flexible arrangements. Hu Qingyao spoke up at this time. He was the only one in the room with a military district background, and thus the most confident person to make such a statement. Then we'll have to trouble Yao. Hearing this, Du Quan immediately responded. His reply wasn't flattery, but a heartfelt thank you. As his classmate and friend for so many years, he didn't want Lin Yuan to walk down a road of no return. When the others heard this, especially the few girls, their eyes suddenly brightened. The statement by Hu Qingyao implied a lot, most notably the possibility of influencing the draft list. This was a huge advantage in terms of connections. Compared to this, Chu Shiyu's earlier promise to help arrange a job seemed insignificant. A job was nothing compared to Hu Qingjiao's potential influence over military conscription. Instantly, aside from Zhao Qiwu, the girls present, including the one who sought a job arrangement from Chu Shiyu, all started gravitating towards Hu Qingyao. Lin Yuan sat aside, and instead of being annoyed by Hu Qingjiao's chest-thumping gesture, he found it somewhat amusing. The draft list was audited by the goddess of wisdom, and changing it was not as simple as one might think. Yet Hu Qingyao was ultimately trying to help him, even if the nature of that help was to show up Chu Shiyu. At Lin Yuan's level, the open and covert struggle between Hu Qingyao and Chu Shiyu was as amusing as children playing house. It's about time. I should go. Someone is waiting for me. Lin Yuan glanced at the time and got up to say goodbye. Without waiting for everyone's consent, he promptly left the coffee shop and headed towards the roadside. Huh. The people in the room frowned upon seeing this. Especially Hu Qingyao, who had agreed to inquire about the matter with his uncle. Although he hadn't made a guarantee, the least Lin Yuan could do was to say a word of thanks. But Lin Yuan said nothing and remained seated, now even making up an excuse to leave? Such discourteous behavior left Hu Qingyao feeling somewhat put off. This guy. Looking through the cafe's glass, Hu Qingyao watched Lin Yuan's retreating figure, about to say something. Just then, a sleek, black, streamlined hover car pulled up at the curb. To be precise, it stopped in front of Lin Yuan. That hover car's license plate? Chu Shiyu also took notice, his attention immediately focusing on the license plate. Although his family did not have military background, they often dealt with the government, so he immediately recognized the license plate of the black hover car as government exclusive. Hanging such a license plate, it could enter special roads, not only shortening the distance but avoiding the possibility of traffic congestion. However, these kinds of designated hover cars were generally only used to transport VIPs. Why was one parked in front of Lin Yuan now? It must be a coincidence, definitely a coincidence. Chu Shiyu couldn't help but think to himself. Yet, as everyone watched, a tall man got out of the black hover car and respectfully ushered Lin Yuan into the vehicle. The crowd was once again silent. They had thought that Lin Yuan's claim of someone waiting for him was just an excuse. But it turned out to be true, and the person waiting for him came in a government-designated vehicle. This license plate belongs to the Evolvers Association. I saw this kind of plate before when I went with my uncle to the association for some errands. Chu Xiu seemed to realize something and spoke up again. Evolvers Association. Huaqinjiu's expression slightly changed. Among the many government departments, the Evolvers Association was undoubtedly one of the toughest to deal with. They managed the community of evolvers, were exceedingly strong-willed, and very influential. But why would such a formidable Evolvers Association send a special car to pick up Lin Yuan, a mere student? Doubts arose in everyone's minds. It was completely illogical. Maybe there is some kind of cooperation between the military district and the Evolvers Association. Huaqinjiu racked his brain and offered this explanation. Probably. It must be that. The others nodded slightly upon hearing this. Although the idea was absurd, the Evolvers Association and the military district were two different systems. What cooperation could there be? But it was the only explanation that made sense of the current situation. After all, Lin Yuan's name was on the military conscription list. The only connection with the Evolvers Association had to be through the major military districts behind conscription. A few days ago, I looked over the conscription notice again and found that Lin Yuan's name was no longer on the conscription list. Zhao Qiwu, who had been silent, suddenly said. Upon hearing this, everyone was momentarily stunned. Especially Huaqinjiu, whose expression became rigid. He was no fool. He understood how difficult it was to be removed from the conscription list, especially with compulsory conscription. He had sworn earlier that he would inquire with his uncle, but it was just a routine question. He doubted that his uncle could do anything about it. Even if there was a way, the cost would be terrifying, and it was impossible to do such a thing for an outsider. But now, Lin Yuan's name had really been removed from the list? Impossible. I need to inquire with the goddess of wisdom. Huaqinjiu immediately connected to the network, and upon discovering Lin Yuan's name was not on the list, he started requesting a connection to the goddess of wisdom to inquire about Lin Yuan's exemption from conscription. The next moment, a solemn and stately female voice sounded directly in Huaqinjiu's ear. Warning, Level 1 Citizen Huaqinjiu, you are inquiring into matters outside your authority, suspected of violating Charter Article 560. This is the first warning. If you continue your inquiry, you will be brought before the Supreme Court for trial. Hearing the goddess of wisdom's icy warning, Huaqinjiu's face turned pale, and he was scared enough to fall on his butt. The Supreme Court of the Cosmic Human Alliance always prosecuted the most vicious criminals, and anyone judged by the Supreme Court bore serious cases and had caused extremely adverse impacts. What could Huaqinjiu possibly have done to warrant the Supreme Court taking time to judge him? Huaqinjiu's teeth chattered, and his legs shook uncontrollably. Chapter 25 Assessment. Huaqinjiu was now very panic-stricken. As one of the three ultimate intelligent goddesses of wisdom of the Cosmic Human Alliance, her authority was one of the highest. Even the august Star Lords were utterly respectful in the presence of the three goddesses, not daring to reveal a trace of impatience, fearing to lower their evaluation in the eyes of the goddess. Now that the goddess of wisdom had personally descended upon his main consciousness to issue a stern warning, Huaqinjiu felt as if the sky had collapsed. What? Huaqinjiu hadn't recovered yet when he saw Chu Xiu's face suddenly turn deathly pale. The level of his fright was no less than Huaqinjiu's, if not greater. You also checked Lin Yuan's information? Huaqinjiu asked. He suddenly turned his head to the others and warned, you must not go looking up Lin Yuan's personal information. If even he, after checking Lin Yuan's personal information, had been warned by the goddess of wisdom, then it went without saying for the others. They were all classmates, and their relationship hadn't deteriorated to such an extent that they had to watch each other be warned by the goddess of wisdom. What? A few female students looked around, bewildered. Huaqinjiu briefly shared his own experience. What kind of background does Lin Yuan have, that his personal information would be encrypted by the goddess of wisdom? Chu Xiu snapped back to reality, his expression ugly. It was true that in the era of the cosmic human civilization, a citizen's personal information was private. But just now, he wanted to find out why Lin Yuan's name was removed from the military draft list and had been warned by the goddess of wisdom. Such a degree of personal information protection was only available for those rare special talents and high-level citizens. Could Lin Yuan be related to these two aspects? Regardless of his background, I've made a complete fool of myself this time. Huaqinjiu's face turned slightly red. He had just solemnly declared in front of everyone that he would ask his uncle to see if he could help Lin Yuan. It turned out the other party didn't need his help at all, as Lin Yuan's name was already removed from the list. Zhao Qiwu, since you knew so early that Lin Yuan was exempt from the draft, do you understand more? Chu Xiu seemed to think of something and looked toward Zhao Qiwu, who was sitting aside. The gaze of the others also brightened, all turning toward Zhao Qiwu. Indeed. It was Zhao Qiwu who first mentioned that Lin Yuan was no longer on the draft list. Clearly, Zhao Qiwu knew more than they did. I don't really understand much either. Zhao Qiwu shook her head, hesitated for a moment, and then told the truth. It's just that a few days ago, I was working part-time at the sales center of the newly opened Shuiyue residential complex. I found that Lin Yuan was there and he directly bought a residence. Upon hearing this, everyone gasped. The Shuiyue residential complex was well known, having been heavily advertised during development. It was a genuinely high-end residential community, where the price of a single unit was upwards of 10 million. If Zhao Qiwu wasn't lying, Lin Yuan was definitely the richest student in their school. Nonchalantly dropping 10 million yuan, even Chu Xiu would find it hard to do without tapping into his family's connections to borrow money. It wasn't that the Chu family didn't have tens of millions in assets, but that Chu Xiu couldn't represent the Chu family. Huaqinjiu and Chu Xiu looked at each other with complex expressions. The two had been rivals in their class for 3 years, and it was likely all observed by Lin Yuan. Thinking of Lin Yuan's background, they guessed he might have found their rivalry as amusing as watching monkeys play. Zhao Qiwu glanced at Huaqinjiu and Chu Xiu, who looked dejected. There was one more thing she hadn't mentioned. Mr. Wang, the manager of the Shuiyue sales office, treated Lin Yuan with utmost respect, much like a grandchild before a grandfather. The Shuiyue real estate group was a well-known capital giant, with markets spanning dozens of surrounding cities, and Mr. Wang had connections with several leaders of Dongning City, yet he behaved in such a manner before Lin Yuan. Zhao Qiwu shuddered at the thought. She had been around such a big shot for 3 years? Zhao Qiwu bit her lip, seemingly pondering over something. Lin Yuan actually has such a significant background? Du Quan felt somewhat dazed. He had known Lin Yuan for 3 years but now felt like he had never really known him at all. Evolvers Association. A black hover car silently approached. The hover car stopped, and Lin Yuan got out from it. This is the Evolvers Association? Lin Yuan felt a tinge of peculiarity in his heart. In front of him was a gray building, extremely unassuming, and there wasn't even a sign that read Evolvers Association. Are you Mr. Lin Yuan? A woman dressed in a black suit and skirt, the hem of which was rather short, just above the knee, revealing her fair and slender legs, hurried over and tentatively asked. Yes, that's me. Lin Yuan nodded. Mr. Lin, please come this way. Zhu Qianxian sneaked a glance at Lin Yuan and then immediately led the way. She was the staff member who hadn't entered Lin Yuan's citizen number in time. Because of this, Zhu Qianxian was under tremendous pressure and was in a state of constant anxiety. If she hadn't received Lin Yuan's forgiveness, she probably would have been fired by her boss today. Mr. Lin looked so young. Zhu Qianxian led the way, sneaking another glance from the corner of her eye. Following Zhu Qianxian, Lin Yuan entered the gray building and arrived at an elevator. Stepping into the elevator, Zhu Qianxian stood beside Lin Yuan and explained, Mr. Lin, before registering as an evolver, you need to go through an assessment. Then, depending on the results of the assessment, you will receive the evolver certificate. I'm aware of that. Lin Yuan nodded. On the evolver certificate, there is a specific order indicated. And this can only be determined through a test of strength. In a short time, the two took the elevator to the 22nd floor. The elevator doors opened. Inside were several small rooms. Made of dark golden alloy, neatly arranged into 2 rows. Mr. Lin's assessment room is right here. Zhu Qianxian led Lin Yuan to the door of a room at the far end. The assessment takes place in this room? Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow. Yes and no. Zhu Qianxian nodded and then shook her head. She then pushed the door open. Inside was a silver-white metallic virtual world cabin slot placed there. This is a virtual world cabin slot. Mr. Lin's assessment will take place in the virtual world, Zhu Qianxian explained without beating around the bush. The assessment is carried out in the virtual world? Lin Yuan looked around the room. Naturally, Zhu Qianxian said with a smile, powerful evolvers can easily destroy cities and lands. Do you think we should set aside an entire planet just for their strength assessment? Therefore, the assessment for evolvers is mostly done in the virtual world. Zhu Qianxian paused for a moment and then continued, Mr. Lin, you don't need to worry that your strength in the virtual world will differ from your real strength outside. This is a virtual world cabin slot. As long as Mr. Lin lies down in it, it will scan your entire body and simulate it 100%, subsequently synchronizing it with your physical body in the virtual world. I see, Lin Yuan nodded slightly. Indeed, the strength of evolvers varies. The weaker ones, such as those who have not reached a rank or are below the first order, third or fourth segment, are okay. At most, they would need a square to assess their strength. But for stronger evolvers like Lin Yuan, a casual strike could destroy the gray building beneath his feet, and even more powerful ones, second layer, third order or up to fourth order, fifth tier. To assess the strength of such powerful evolvers, how many resources would need to be spent? Thus, placing the assessment location inside the virtual world is the most efficient method. Everything is virtual in the virtual world. Simulating an entire galaxy isn't a difficult task at all. Chapter 26 President Next. Zhu Qianxian mentioned some precautions to Lin Yuan about using the virtual world cabin slot. Then she respectfully exited the room. Virtual world cabin slot. Lin Yuan carefully observed it for a while and then lay down inside. A slight fluctuation swept over. Lin Yuan only felt a slight tingling on his skin, and then he heard a voice by his ear, replication complete, please connect to the virtual world. Welcome to the assessment world. Lin Yuan opened his eyes and saw a stern-looking man watching him. Assessment world? Lin Yuan immediately tried to feel his own body. The strength of his physical body, the circulation of Yuan energy within, and the spiritual strange force inside the Naiwan Palace in his mind. All were no different from his body outside. The Cosmic Human Alliance is truly formidable. Lin Yuan was secretly shocked by such perfect replication, which meant he had no secrets at all. No, the door to the myriad realms has not been replicated. Lin Yuan seemed to think of something and concentrated his mind to the depths of his mind. The place where the door to the myriad realms should stand was empty. Even the Cosmic Human Alliance can't replicate the door to the myriad realms? Or is it that they can't detect the existence of the door to the myriad realms at all? Lin Yuan let out a sigh of relief and couldn't help but speculate. Evolver, please choose your assessment scenario, the stern-looking man suddenly spoke from not far away. No sooner had he spoken, various scenes floated up before Lin Yuan. There were vast deserts with endless sands, forests dense with ancient trees, and cities with towering buildings. The desert then. Lin Yuan casually chose one. Scene confirmation complete. The stern man gestured with a wave of his hand. The surrounding environment changed in an instant, and Lin Yuan found himself in the middle of a desert, with endless sand and scorching temperatures. Based on the energy fluctuations in the evolver's body, the assessment will start directly from the first rank. First is an opponent of the first rank first segment. You only qualify for the next assessment if you defeat him. Understood? The stern man looked at Lin Yuan with calm eyes. Understood. Lin Yuan nodded. Whoosh. The stern man disappeared. Not far away, large swathes of sand quickly gathered, forming a humanoid figure. This was a tall man with dark skin and a fierce black horn growing on his forehead. Die. The black-horned man didn't say another word and charged towards Lin Yuan. He's a bit faster than the average grandmaster. No threat to me, Lin Yuan said, expression unchanged. According to the stern man's instructions, the assessment would go from weak to strong. The first opponent's strength was at the first rank first segment, and only by defeating him could he face the second segment opponent. The black-horned man suddenly stopped, his gaze quickly dimming, and his body turned back into sand and dispersed. Lin Yuan was standing at the same spot, without having moved an inch. Facing an opponent far weaker than himself, the fastest way to defeat him was to use spiritual martial arts. With the spiritual strength of Lin Yuan's free and unfettered realm, he could crush the opponent's spiritual soul in an instant. The sand gathered again. This time, Lin Yuan's opponent was still the black-horned man. However, this time the black-horned man had a stronger aura, almost reaching the level of Grandmaster peak. Whether it's a Grandmaster or a Great Grandmaster, to Lin Yuan, they were merely a glance away. Just like that, within a few breaths, he was facing the ninth opponent. The opponent was still the black-horned man. But compared to the previous 8, this black-horned man had a profound look in his eyes, and after forming, he didn't immediately attack Lin Yuan. A pathway of evolution like a spiritual master? This time I have specifically strengthened my soul defense. Your spiritual attack, I can nullify 60% of it. A cruel smirk appeared at the corner of the black-horned man's mouth. Though he was a life form simulated by massive amounts of data, he also had basic emotions, and anyone would feel unsettled being instantaneously crushed 8 times. Die. After speaking, the black-horned man charged at Lin Yuan again. But in the next moment, a slender right hand, unbeknownst to him, had grasped his neck and then twisted it hard. Who told you that I only have mental attack methods? Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. For evolvers who follow the martial Tao evolutionary path, the most fundamental aspect was always the physical body. As for the psychic powers, they were merely forces born from a powerful physical body. You aren't a mental master or some such type of evolver? The man with the black horn couldn't believe it and soon turned into yellow sand once again. Mental masters and similar types of evolvers possess bizarre mental attack methods, but indeed, they have a shortcoming in their physical capabilities. Even if some powerful mental masters consume genetic medicine to cultivate both evolutionary paths, it's very difficult to entirely eliminate this disadvantage. Evolvers Association. Zhu Qianxian stepped out from the assessment room and returned to her workstation. I wonder at which rank Mr. Lin's evolver stage will be set. Zhu Qianxian was quite curious, staring intently at the display screen in front of her. Out of respect for the privacy of evolvers, the combat scenarios that occur during assessments are not allowed to be disclosed to the public. Therefore, even internal staff like Zhu Qianxian were unable to watch the specific content of the assessments. They could only determine the final assessment result for an evolver by the number of light columns that lit up on the screen, indicating how many levels the evolver had passed. Little Zhu, did that Mr. Lin go in already? Zhu Qianxian had just sat down not long ago when the president of the Evolvers Association came over. There was no need for the president of the Evolvers Association to pay attention to an evolver's assessment. But Lin Yuan was not only an evolver but also a second-tier citizen. A second-tier citizen, even without holding an official position, would have a status not much lower than the president. Moreover, this second-tier citizen was someone the president of the Evolvers Association had never heard of, which is why he had made a special trip. He planned to meet him after the assessment and establish a relationship. No matter the reason, getting on good terms with a second-tier citizen was definitely not a mistake. President. Zhu Qianxian immediately stood up nervously and stammered, Mr. Lin has already gone in. Don't be nervous. The president of the Evolvers Association was in a good mood. All right. Zhu Qianxian composed herself and sat down at her post again. Little Zhu, what do you think? Which rank will Mr. Lin be set at? The president of the Evolvers Association also became interested and casually asked. Mr. Lin is a second-tier citizen. Since he has come to register, he must have first-order strength, right? Zhu Qianxian cautiously said. For ordinary people, becoming an evolver is extremely difficult. But in the eyes of high-ranking citizens, there are many ways, the simplest being to buy a bottle of genetic medicine and take the genetic warrior evolutionary path. Even though genetic warriors have significant weaknesses, are not very promising, and rely heavily on external support, they are undoubtedly evolvers as well. Correct. The president of the Evolvers Association nodded slightly. He also believed that Lin Yuan certainly had first-order strength and was not an unranked evolver. High-ranking citizens are likely to be evolvers, but many weaker evolvers remain first-tier citizens. In my opinion, Mr. Lin's final assessment will be in the first-order second to third segment. The secretary following the president spoke. This guess made the president of the Evolvers Association nod again. It's not difficult for high-ranking citizens to become evolvers, but it is a barrier to becoming a powerful evolver. And that barrier lies between the first-order third and fourth segments. Out of the 12 segments at first order, every 3 segments form a bottleneck, and to go from third to fourth segment requires not only effort and dedication but also a certain level of talent. High-ranking citizens may possess exceptional abilities in other aspects, thus contributing to human civilization and gaining recognition from the goddess of wisdom. But talent in evolution, that is something money can't buy. Using genetic medicine can indeed force an upgrade, but it comes with a risk of death, and high-ranking citizens are unlikely to joke about their lives. Zhang has made a good point. The president of the Evolvers Association looked approvingly at his secretary. Zhu Qianxian, listening on the side, had no objections. Even though she had a good impression of Lin Yuan, strength is strength. Let me know when Mr. Lin's assessment is over. The president of the Evolvers Association was about to leave. It was at this moment, on the display screen in front of Zhu Qianxian, the first light column suddenly lit up. It seems Mr. Lin has started his assessment. Seeing this, the president of the Evolvers Association suddenly did not want to leave and decided to sit down and wait for Lin Yuan's assessment to end. In the president's view, Lin Yuan's strength was at most at first-order third segment, which required passing just 3 levels. However, what happened next made the president of the Evolvers Association freeze. The display screen showed that right after the first light column lit up, the second one lit instantly. Then came the third, the fourth, the fifth, all the way to the 12th. It was almost within a few breaths' time. All 12 light columns were illuminated, and by this time, the president of the Evolvers Association had not yet fully sat down. Is this the 12th segment? Zhu Qianxian's eyes widened, and the president next to her was also surprised. Chapter 27 Family Feast 12 Layers. First layer 12 layers? The chairman of the Evolvers Association was somewhat bewildered. It wasn't that he was astonished by the first layer, 12 layers itself. A first layer, 12 layers evolver, although powerful and even ranked at the top of Dongning City, was not rare. With a prominent background and having reached his position, the chairman had even seen true second-layer evolvers. What shocked the chairman was that Lin Yuan, on his first registration, possessed a first-layer, 12-layer strength. As known, the power transformation for an evolver needed to be gradual. You couldn't just leap from the first layer to the second in one day. The Cosmic Human Alliance had extremely strict standards for power divisions between layers for entering evolvers. Compared to a first-layer evolver, just the energy fluctuations within a second-layer evolver differed by more than 100 times. Such a vast gap was hard to cross in a short period. Yet Lin Yuan, on his first visit for registration, possessed the strength of a first layer, 12 layers. Based on this, the chairman of the Evolvers Association had 2 conjectures. One was that Lin Yuan was very good at holding back. He might have become an evolver much earlier but hadn't registered until now, suppressing his strength until he reached the first layer, 12 layers. This possibility was not very high. Given the Human Alliance's control over evolvers, an unregistered evolver who revealed his strength without authorization, if discovered, would be punished. Even if Lin Yuan could be exempt from punishment due to his second-class citizen privileges, the chairman would have gotten wind of it. It couldn't be that he was still completely unaware until now. The second conjecture was that Lin Yuan's talent for evolution was terrifyingly extraordinary. From the first layer, layer 1 to 12 may have only taken a few years or even less than 10. With the Human Alliance's life extension technology, a first-layer evolver could easily live for 500 years, so a few years was naturally not much. The chairman of the Evolvers Association leaned toward the second conjecture. Compared to the chairman's calm analysis and thought, Zhu Qianxian next to him was slightly agape. Oh my god. This was a 12 layers evolver. She, Zhu Qianxian, had been working here for nearly 2 years. And it was her first time witnessing a 12 layers evolver. In a place like Dongning City, a first layer, 12 layers evolver was considered the ceiling. The numbers matched those of second-class citizens and weren't seen at random. And this 12 layers evolver was the seemingly ordinary Lin Yuan. This contrast made Zhu Qianxian feel even more incredulous. After all, according to the official standards for a first layer, 12 layers evolver's combat strength, one blow was enough to demolish a building tens of meters high. Just thinking of such immense power contained within Lin Yuan's body made Zhu Qianxian feel it was unbelievable. Let's go. Go receive Mr. Lin. The chairman of the Evolvers Association took only 2 breaths to think. He then decided to personally go to the assessment room and wait for Lin Yuan to appear. At first, the chairman just planned to meet Lin Yuan and build a good relationship with him. But now, after deducing the opponent's frightening talent for evolution, the chairman felt he needed to lower his stance a bit. The assessment room. Lin Yuan opened his eyes and stood up from the virtual world cabin slot. What a pity! Lin Yuan slightly shook his head. After defeating the 12th opponent, the assessment space naturally conjured up a second layer level opponent. Lin Yuan didn't quit but wanted to see how much of a gap there was between himself and those second layer evolvers. The result was obvious. After only withstanding 3 techniques, Lin Yuan was defeated. Second layer, a myriad of insights suddenly flashed through Lin Yuan's mind. With the enhancement of Against Heaven's understanding, he began to slowly comprehend the path ahead. Merely through a battle with a second layer evolver, he began to grasp the essence of the second layer. If this were made known, who knows how many evolvers would knock themselves dead against a wall. Compared to Lin Yuan, most other evolvers lived as though their lives were no different from a dog's. But for Lin Yuan, this was commonplace. Under Against Heaven's understanding, Lin Yuan was in a state of enlightenment at all times, and even without combat against second-layer evolvers, understanding the realm was inevitable, just a matter of time. I have a rough direction now. I should be able to break through in less than 5 years. A smile appeared on Lin Yuan's face. Coming to the Evolvers Association was indeed a good move. Not only did he casually get registered, but he also gained a clear understanding of the road ahead. Lin Yuan pushed open the door and saw Zhu Qianxian and a middle-aged man standing outside. Mr. Lin, this is our chairman. Zhu Qianxian immediately began to introduce. Chairman? Lin Yuan looked at the middle-aged man. The chairman of the Evolvers Association was definitely a big shot, probably ranking within the top 5 in the entire Dongning city. My surname is Liao. The middle-aged man stepped forward and said congenially. What chairman or not, I'm just a few years older than you, Mr. Lin. If it doesn't bother you, you can just call me Brother Liao, Mr. Liao said warmly. The two talked for a while. Lin Yuan then got up to leave. Mr. Liao personally escorted Lin Yuan to the door. The next day, Lin Yuan returned home. Be a bit more pleasant tomorrow. Even though you are an evolver now, you can't appear too cold. They are all relatives, and even as an evolver, you need to understand social niceties. Who knows, in the future you might still need those relatives' help. While cooking, Lu Qiong kept reminding Lin Yuan. I understand. Lin Yuan quickly finished his sister's cake and then turned his attention to the big bag of snacks beside him. Tomorrow was the day of the family banquet, when Lin Yuan's distant relatives would come to congratulate him on becoming an evolver and also take the opportunity to gather together. Lin Yuan of course remembered this. His father, Lin Shouqing, had mentioned it to him a few days earlier. Hey, old Lin, should we book a few tables at the Fanxing Grand Hotel? His mother, Lu Qiong, hesitated. The reason for her hesitation was that the Fanxing Grand Hotel was one of the most prestigious hotels in Donghai City. Booking a table there cost as much as several months of Lin Shouqing's salary. Lu Qiong really found it hard to part with that much money. Book it, of course we have to book at Fanxing. Without a second thought, Lin Shouqing answered immediately. This time, Mr. Nian specially invited Lin Hao, who is a secretary for a certain director in Dongning City, and we can't lose face for Xiaoyuan. Lin Shouqing spoke up. Lin Hao, Lu Qiong was somewhat dazed. Given Lin Hao's social status, their family was not even in the same league as his. Usually, even Lin Shouqing had no chance of seeing Lin Hao. He never imagined that because of Lin Yuan becoming an evolver, they had managed to invite this high official over. Then we really should book it, Fanqing. Lu Qiong nodded in agreement. In her simple way of thinking, since Lin Hao was willing to make the time to come over, they naturally had to entertain him properly. Splurging a little money was justifiable. Dongning City. Inside a mansion. Chu Xiu stood there with his head bowed. In front of him sat a bearded man. You were warned by the main consciousness of the goddess of wisdom when trying to seek out information about your classmate? The bearded man's face was grave as he asked again. Yes. Grandfather, it was not intentional. Chu Xiu's face turned pale with fear, and his legs were trembling slightly. The bearded man sitting in front of him was the founder of the Chu Corporation. He had suddenly called him over today to inquire why he had received a warning from the goddess of wisdom. Chu Xiu could only respond truthfully. Whether it was intentional or not is irrelevant. To receive such a degree of personal information protection from the goddess of wisdom indicates that your classmate is not a simple person. Even though you didn't target him, if he takes it to heart, it could be troublesome. Tomorrow, I will take you to visit your classmate's home. The bearded man had made up his mind. It was not that he was overreacting, but rather the seriousness of the situation exceeded expectations. After all, it was the goddess of wisdom who governed the entire cosmic human alliance. Even the highest of the Star Lords had to be careful, not to mention the Chu family. When it came to anything involving the goddess of wisdom, one could never be too cautious. Okay. Chu Xiu braced himself to respond. Another estate. Hua Qingyao stood upright as he communicated via video with a man in a military uniform, whose face emanated authority. The goddess of wisdom, Your classmate has probably been put on the goddess watch list. He is bound to have significant development in the future. The authoritative man in the military uniform spoke slowly through the video call. Significant development? Hua Qingyao shrank a little. The fact that his uncle evaluated Lin Yuan in such a manner meant that Lin Yuan's future achievements were not going to be confined to Dongning City. You sure know how to cause trouble. Fine, I'll make a trip for you. No matter what development your classmate will have, first and foremost, your relationship with him needs to be eased. That day you boasted about being able to adjust the conscription list. Anyone with a little insight would see that as utter nonsense. Tomorrow I'll take you to apologize to him. We don't need to become friends, but at least we must not become enemies. The man in the military uniform continued through the video call. The Evolvers Association. Mr. Liao sat in his chair. After a while, the secretary walked in. Have you clarified the background of that Mr. Lin? Mr. Liao looked up and asked. Chairman, Mr. Lin Yuan's personal information is sealed by the goddess of wisdom, and I dared not continue to search for fear of causing trouble, the secretary said bluntly. Sealed by the goddess? Mr. Liao's expression turned serious. The exalted goddess of wisdom? How could she possibly specifically seal the information of a citizen, even if he was a second-layer citizen? It didn't make sense. There had to be other reasons. However, while I couldn't find out about Mr. Lin Yuan, I did learn about his parents. Mr. Lin's parents are natives of Dongning City, with no significant connections to other places, the secretary suddenly revealed. So, Mr. Lin is also from Dongning City? A glint of sharpness passed through Mr. Liao's eyes. What do you mean, Chairman? Seeing this, the secretary immediately guessed something and couldn't help but ask. Whether it can be done still requires a direct inquiry. So, cancel all of tomorrow's arrangements. I will personally visit Mr. Lin's home to discuss this in detail, Mr. Liao stated solemnly. Chapter 28 Visit Fanqing Grand Hotel. Early in the morning, Lin Shouqing and his wife were already standing at the entrance of the private room. As one of Dongning City's most upscale hotels, Fanqing was expensive, but beyond that, no one could fault its service or the quality of its food. Choosing this venue for the banquet to celebrate their son becoming an evolver was a true testament to their faith. Uncle Tang, you've arrived. Please, sit over here, sit over here. Is this your daughter? She's grown so much in the blink of an eye. Mr. Nian, please watch your step. Come this way. If it weren't for you back then, I wouldn't know where I'd be now. Lin Xiaoqing never had a moment to rest as he continuously exchanged pleasantries at the entrance of the private room. Half an hour later, almost everyone had arrived. The family banquet officially started. Everyone began to settle down and enjoy the food and drink. Lin Yuan sat at the head of the table, his chopsticks never stopped moving. Fanxing had become so successful in Dongning City not only because it had strong backers but also due to its excellent offerings. Many of Fanxing's ingredients came from other planets, and a lot of the meat was rare exotic beast meat, which in quality and taste crushed the locally farmed meat from Dongning City. The energy contained in these meats, although nowhere near as effective as high-grade nutrient fluids, still exceeded ordinary meals, and Lin Yuan ate with great enjoyment. At the banquet, apart from Lin Yuan, no one was entirely focused on eating. The emphasis was still on mingling and chatting. And among them, those who were doing well were certainly the most active. Lin Xiaoqing's distant cousin, Lin Jie, had caught the wind of opportunity in Dongning City by purchasing several plots of land in the suburbs, which were later developed by the government, earning him a hefty profit and making him quite proud. Let me tell you, I have met the owner of Fanxing a few times, and she's a woman. It is said that Lin Jie immediately began to show off his connections and insights. His words indeed captured the attention of most people present. The owner of Fanxing was always a mystery, rarely seen by anyone. Everyone was curious about which big shot it could be. Right. Xiaoqing, what are your plans for Xiaoyuan in the future? After talking about the owner of Fanxing for a while, Lin Jie suddenly turned his attention to Lin Yuan, who was enjoying his meal. As soon as he spoke, all eyes immediately fell upon Lin Yuan. After all, this family banquet was initiated using Lin Yuan as the pretext. And Lin Yuan becoming an evolver had indeed exceeded the expectations of the relatives. Putting other things aside, just considering Lin Yuan's future prospects, he would definitely not be a small figure, and most of the relatives present could only look up to him. I don't have any particular plans yet, just taking it one step at a time, Lin Yuan replied after a pause, setting down his chopsticks to speak the truth. That was actually the truth, since so far Lin Yuan really didn't have any specific goals. If he had to say something, it would be to get as strong as possible, but mentioning such an intent would be equivalent to saying nothing. Who wouldn't want to become stronger? Why don't you come work at my company then? Although my company isn't very big, if you join, I'll pay you 20,000 a month, Lin Jie offered confidently, patting his chest. 20,000 a month? The relatives around them began to show envious glances. 20,000 a month, which amounted to 240,000 a year, was considered a high salary. A normal citizen's regular monthly wage was typically around 2,000 to 3,000. How about it? Don't feel like it's beneath you. We've also hired an evolver in our company to handle security matters. If you come over, not only will you get a monthly salary, but you can also consult him about evolution-related questions, Lin Jie said confidently. To the average person, evolvers were extremely rare. But in the eyes of wealthy employers, there were channels specifically for hiring evolvers. Of course, those who were hired were unranked evolvers. Higher-ranked, bona fide evolvers were not something that small employers like Lin Jie could afford. Even so, Lin Jie's words substantially boosted his status in the eyes of the relatives present. Soon someone inquired, Jie, is your company still hiring? My kid is currently looking for a job. We don't need 20,000 for the salary, 5,000 is enough. 5,000? Auntie, your son didn't graduate from any prestigious institution, how can he ask for 5,000? Jie, my daughter is pretty and has a good figure. She would be perfect as a receptionist at the front desk of your company. Unknowingly, Lin Jie replaced Lin Yuan as the center of attention at the banquet. And Lin Jie himself appeared very gracious, beaming with joy amidst the flattery of his many relatives. Lin Yuan didn't mind at all and once again picked up his chopsticks, continuing to eat while watching Lin Jai's performance. For all of Lin Jai's seeming generosity and the leave it to me attitude on display now, he might very well feign ignorance once the banquet was over. Just moments ago, Lin Yuan had used his second-class citizen access to briefly check Lin Jai's financial status online. It was true that he owned a company, and he had employed an unranked evolver. But this evolver had voluntarily resigned years ago. The reason was that Lin Jie repeatedly deducted his salary, which almost led to a dispute at the Evolvers Association. One could imagine that Lin Jie might have been wealthy once, but now his financial situation was definitely not that good. How could he afford to hire an evolver again? Of course, Lin Yuan saw through it but kept silent, whereas Lin Shouqing and Lu Qiong believed the other party, occasionally striking up conversation with Lin Jie to inquire about his work in detail. At this point, Lin Hao, who was seated at the head of the table, suddenly spoke up. Xiaoyuan is still so young. Even if he has become an evolver, he doesn't need to enter the workforce so early. As soon as Lin Hao spoke, the room fell silent. Even Lin Jie, who had been talking up a storm, immediately shut his mouth. Among all the participants of the family dinner, Lin Hao held the highest status without a doubt. As the secretary to a certain director in Dongning City, Lin Hao's attendance at this family dinner had even shocked Lin Shouqing. "Brother Hao, what do you mean?" Lin Shouqing asked in a low voice. "Our bureau has a slot this year for further study at a higher education institution, which only evolvers can apply for." After some contemplation, Lin Hao said, "Hey race, what will do? Xiaoyuan can participate in the bureau's interview in a while, and once he's hired, I'll transfer the slot to him." Studying at a higher education institution as an evolver would certainly result in a tilt in resources from the institution itself, a treatment completely different from that of ordinary students. Therefore, this slot was highly coveted, eyed by several evolvers in Lin Hao's bureau. However, it was Lin Hao who had the final say in the matter. Though he was not an evolver himself, he was the director's secretary and managed a few evolvers. Originally, this opportunity was intended for Lin Hao's own son. But his son, unimpressive as he was, failed to become an evolver despite being tutored by several evolvers. Now it seemed that the slot might fall into the hands of other evolvers in the bureau. Then, to hear that a distant relative's family had unexpectedly produced an evolver? Lin Hao's thought process was simple. Since his own family was out of the running for the slot, it would be better to give it to Lin Yuan than to the other evolvers in his bureau. At the very least, Lin Yuan would remember his help from his distant cousin in the future. After all, they were still family no matter what. Won't that be very precious? Lin Shouqing was somewhat puzzled. He might not be an evolver to comprehend the difficulty of obtaining a slot for advanced studies at a higher education institution. But becoming a student at such an institution was extremely difficult for ordinary people, and now, with just a word from Lin Hao, his son could get in? It's no problem. Just do as I say when the time comes. Lin Hao said with indifference. Giving the slot to Lin Yuan was like keeping the water in one's own field rather than letting it flow into others. Who could blame him when his own son had failed to impress? Thinking this, Lin Hao glanced at his son, who accompanied him to the family dinner. "Thank you, Brother Hao." "Thank you very much." Lin Shouqing immediately rose to express his gratitude, his heart filled with joy. "Xiaoyuan, aren't you going to thank your cousin?" Lin Shouqing glared at Lin Yuan. "Thank you, cousin," Lin Yuan spoke out. After all, it was a favor from his cousin, who at least thought of benefiting him. "Scoring such a big favor and all you say is thanks?" Lin Yan, who had been sitting beside Lin Hao and kept silent, felt exceptionally disgruntled inside. By all rights, that slot should have been his, as he was Lin Hao's son. If such a significant advantage wouldn't be given to him, then to whom? However, things did not go as planned, and he didn't become an evolver. That should have been the end of it, and Lin Yan had prepared himself for the slot to go to someone else. But to his surprise, his father ended up offering the slot to a distant relative instead. Just thinking about Lin Yuan going to a higher education institution for advanced studies, enjoying what should have been his, made Lin Yan feel extremely uncomfortable. "You worthless good-for-nothing, always blaming others," Lin Hao's brow furrowed as he glared at his son, as if he were about to slap him. The others, upon hearing this, showed expressions of curiosity. This was clearly an internal issue within the Lin Hao's family, but now it had involved Lin Xiaoqing's family, turning into quite the spectacle. Lin Xiaoqing's face turned slightly red, unsure of what to say. Under normal circumstances, he should have immediately said that his family did not need the slot. Such a response would ease the tension between Lin Hao and his son. But Lin Xiaoqing couldn't bear to let go of that slot. The atmosphere had become awkward for a time. Just then, a staff member from the Fanxing rushed in. They looked a bit anxious as they said, "Excuse me, is Mr. Lin Yuan here?" The question immediately disrupted the mood in the room. "He is here." "What's the matter?" Lin Xiaoqing stepped forward to answer. The staff quickly said, "Someone wishes to visit Mr. Lin Yuan." Lin Xiaoqing felt baffled by the statement. Someone wanted to visit his son? Hadn't all the family dinner attendees arrived? Who could it be at this time? Chapter 29. Mr. Liao's request. Who is looking for my son? Lin Xiaoqing stood up and asked. In his mind, he went through the guest list again. He confirmed that all the relatives who were supposed to come had arrived, with no one missing. Could it be that a relative decided on a whim to come without informing them in advance? Lin Xiaoqing couldn't help but feel suspicious. "It's Mr. Chu." The staff member saw this and let out a slight sigh of relief. There was no helping it, since Chu Corporation had a year-round cooperation with Fanxing. Just now, the founder of Chu Corporation had visited personally to see Lin Yuan, which had really startled her. Luckily, the person in question was indeed there. Mr. Chu. Everyone at the family banquet was slightly stunned. Last name Chu? That wasn't a member of the Lin family, was it? While everyone was quietly discussing among themselves, a bearded man walked in with a teenager who appeared to be 17 or 18 years old. The man with the beard was dressed plainly, but the air of authority he exuded was unmistakable, very similar to those who wield power and influence. Is he the founder of Chu Corporation? Someone at the event seemed to realize something and couldn't help exclaiming. In the interstellar era, the internet is widespread, and the photos of any moderately famous citizen are circulated. As one of the top 50 enterprises in Dongning City, Chu Corporation naturally had a huge reputation, and even if its founder was low-key, people would still recognize him. The founder of Chu Corporation? My God? He is a big shot in our Dongning City. It is said that Chu Corporation has assets worth tens of billions, and the founder is a well-known tycoon in the neighboring cities. Such a big shot is here to see Lin Yuan? Suddenly, the people at the event started to talk amongst themselves, some even connected to the internet on the spot to compare the bearded man with photos online. Director Chu. Lin Jia dashed over, standing excitedly in front of the man with the beard. We met 6 years ago. Back then, it was your corporation that bought that plot of land in the suburbs. The bearded man responded non-committally. In fact, he didn't remember Lin Jia at all. Is Mr. Lin here too? The bearded man glanced around, and upon spotting Lin Hao sitting at the main seat, he nodded slightly as a greeting. He then quickly walked over to Lin Yuan, pulling along the teenager behind him, who was Chu Xiu. Mr. Lin, this junior of mine has been remiss. I hope you will not hold it against him. The bearded man's posture was extremely humble, showing none of the airs of an elder. It's nothing. Lin Yuan glanced at Chu Xiu, who was standing by with an air of restraint, and immediately thought of the recent encounter in the coffee shop, shaking his head as he spoke. How did you find this place? Lin Yuan asked curiously. I originally planned to take Xiu to visit Mr. Lin's home today, but after arriving there, I heard from others that Mr. Lin and his family had come to this Fanxing hotel for a family banquet, so I followed them here, the bearded man said truthfully. I see. Lin Yuan nodded slightly. The family banquet hosted by Lin Xiaoqing was not a secret. 6 or 7 out of 10 neighbors in the community knew about it. This is a small token of my regard. Congratulations on Lin Yuan becoming an evolver. The bearded man took out an envelope, passing it over with a degree of reverence. What he respected wasn't Lin Yuan's status as an evolver, for evolvers were rare but not unheard of, and even Chu Corporation maintained a team of evolvers. What the bearded man was truly wary of was the goddess of wisdom's partiality towards Lin Yuan. Even attempting to search related information would invite warnings from the goddess. Even a fool would know Lin Yuan was no ordinary person, as no one receives warnings from the goddess when searching for information about a founder of a corporation like him. Understood, Lin Yuan said without a care. He hadn't taken the incident at the coffee shop to heart. In fact, nothing much had happened. What Lin Yuan did not know was the extent of the uproar his conversation with the bearded man had caused among the many relatives present. After recognizing the bearded man's identity, some had begun to wonder if they had mistaken someone else for him. Perhaps the Mr. Lin Yuan the bearded man addressed was just someone with the same name as Lin Xiaoqing's son. After all, Lin Yuan had just become an evolver. How could he have such an extensive network to know a big shot like the bearded man? It was only when the bearded man walked up to Lin Yuan and spoke with him that everyone realized there had been no mistake about the person he was looking for. The founder of Chu Corporation was indeed looking for Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan. Lin Jai's expression fluctuated between light and shadow. Just moments ago, he had been ready to offer Lin Yuan an opportunity to come and work for him, with the demeanor of a senior relative. He had even casually offered a salary of 20,000 a month. Yet, not long after, the founder of Chu Corporation, whom he couldn't even look up to, was standing in front of Lin Yuan with a very humble attitude. My nephew, Lin Hao, seated at the main seat, fell into deep thought. In the eyes of others, the bearded man was a significant figure. But for Lin Hao, he was just a businessman, at best a somewhat successful businessman. What surprised Lin Hao, however, was that the bearded man, wealthy as he was, how could he speak to Lin Yuan in that tone? Knock, knock, knock. The door of the private room was knocked on again. Is this Mr. Lin Yuan's room? A voice full of vigor came through. Someone else was looking for Lin Yuan? Following the example of the bearded man, the people present did not dare to take it lightly. Lin Xiaoqing personally went forward to open the door of the room. Under everyone's watchful eyes, a man with a ramrod-straight posture walked in. Following him was a 17 or 18-year-old youth, Wuxia. Who is this person? The people at the family banquet began to search online, but found no relevant information. This shouldn't be another big shot, right? Everyone let out a sigh of relief. All had been severely rattled by the bearded man, thinking that Lin Yuan must possess some terrifying identity. It seemed now they might have been overthinking it. The bearded man's attitude towards Lin Yuan was likely just a coincidence. Just as everyone's tense hearts began to settle, Lin Hao, who originally occupied the primary seat and even received a greeting from the bearded man, suddenly stood up. Colonel Hua. There was a hint of disbelief in Lin Hao's voice. Military information is always confidential, and it's very difficult for ordinary people to find any on the network without certain privileges. But Lin Hao was different. As a secretary to the director, his permissions were much broader, and he had access to much more information. Mr. Lin, the secretary? Hui Yanming glanced at Lin Hao and nodded in acknowledgement. He then stepped aside, allowing another figure to walk in leisurely. Mr. Liao. If seeing Hui Yanming only shocked Lin Hao, as the military and the government were separate systems and no one could interfere with the other. Then seeing the person behind Hui Yanming made Lin Hao's scalp tingle. Mr. Liao, president of the Dongning City Evolvers Association. A second-tier citizen whose status and position could easily rank him within the top 5 in Dongning City. Encountering such an influential figure, even Lin Hao's director had to greet him carefully. Could it be? Mr. Liao is also here for Xiao Yuan? An unthinkable notion suddenly crossed Lin Hao's mind. Chapter 30. The second shuttle. Lin Hao's guess was not wrong. Mr. Liao truly came to find Lin Yuan. As for the purpose, it naturally involved more than just congratulations. Lin Hao, who had keen insight, upon hearing that Mr. Liao had important matters to discuss with Lin Yuan, immediately stood up and led the others out, leaving only Lin Yuan and Mr. Liao in the private room to talk. As the secretary to the head of the bureau, not even Hui Yanming's identity as a senior colonel could suppress him in the slightest. As for the others, naturally, they did not dare to have other opinions and all left the private room one after another. Inside the private room, Lin Yuan and Mr. Liao sat facing each other. Mr. Lin, I have come to you this time because I have a favor to ask, Mr. Liao said directly, without beating around the bush. Please speak, Mr. Liao, Lin Yuan replied formally. He could guess the intentions of the people from the Chu family and the Hua family, but Mr. Liao. Lin Yuan was somewhat at a loss. First off, as the president of the Evolvers Association, his citizen level was also at second layer, and even if his Evolver strength tier wasn't as high as Lin Yuan's, it wasn't far behind. Such a person, what could he possibly have to ask of Lin Yuan? In one more year, it will be time for Kanglin Stars tournament, and I would like to invite Mr. Lin to participate on behalf of Dongning City, Mr. Liao said solemnly. Tournament? Lin Yuan was slightly startled. He then swiftly came to realize. The tournament was an event that was extremely popular on Kanglin Star and even throughout the entire Cosmic Human Alliance. On the tournament stage, 2 evolvers would compete for the championship through combat, with the whole process broadcast live. It was incredibly action-packed and thrilling, and it was deeply loved by the citizens. Why choose me? Lin Yuan asked nonchalantly. Because Mr. Lin is a citizen of Dongning City and your age is lower than 100 years, meeting the criteria for the star-level tournament. Most importantly, Mr. Lin's strength is extremely close to second layer. You are among the strongest in Dongning City. If I didn't choose Mr. Lin, would you have me pick those evolvers who are much weaker than you? Mr. Liao answered truthfully. The tournament on Kanglin Star was about selecting evolvers from various major cities to spar with each other and determine the strong from the weak. Not to hide it from Mr. Lin, our Dongning City's rankings in the past few tournaments have not looked good. If this tournament turns out like the previous ones, I, as the president of the Evolvers Association, could simply resign from my position. Mr. Liao's face showed a hint of bitterness. The Evolvers Association is responsible for the management and training of all local evolvers. Dongning City's evolvers were weak, and if they did not perform well in the tournament, he, as the president of the association, would naturally have to take primary responsibility. This was also one of the methods employed by the Cosmic Human Alliance to stimulate the potential of evolvers and guide the birth of more powerful ones. Of course, if one could achieve good rankings in the tournament, such as making it into the top 3,000, they would receive official rewards. So that's the case. Lin Yuan immediately understood. Mr. Lin, rest assured, if you can make it into the top 5,000 in this tournament, our Evolvers Association will provide a reward of 50 million civilization coins. Mr. Liao immediately promised, fearing that Lin Yuan would not agree. According to past tournaments, roughly 10,000 evolvers would participate. Among 10,000 evolvers, to achieve a rank within the top 5,000 would be considered average. The main thing is that in the previous tournaments, the rankings were always at the bottom. Mr. Liao had become scared of losing. For this tournament, he did not seek to push into the top 3,000 for the official rewards but just to maintain within 5,000 to avoid punishment. 50 million? Lin Yuan's heart stirred slightly upon hearing this. No one would say no to more money, especially when Lin Yuan was in dire need of it. Not to mention anything else, just the high-grade nutrient solution alone was something Lin Yuan had a great need for. The first time he traveled back, Lin Yuan had used up a total of 21 bottles of high-grade nutrient solution to recover his full strength. How many more bottles would he need for the next shuttle? And when his strength became even greater, high-grade nutrient solution alone probably wouldn't be enough, and he might need even more restrictive resources. And all of this required money. If he could have an income of 50 million, Lin Yuan's financial pressure should diminish considerably in the coming years. Okay, I will consider it, Lin Yuan pondered for a moment and nodded. No problem, Mr. Liao said unconcerned. Anyway, there was still a year before the arena battle, so there was plenty of time, and Mr. Liao was not in a hurry for Lin Yuan to give an immediate response. Outside the private room, a large crowd was anxiously guessing and waiting. Shouqing, your son's future achievements are boundless. Lin Hao looked at Lin Shouqing, who was visibly agitated and couldn't help but sigh. As soon as these words were spoken, the faces of the surrounding relatives showed complex expressions. Originally, many of them harbored feelings of jealousy towards Lin Yuan. But now, Such emotions had long since vanished. When the gap between two parties becomes insurmountable, all jealousy and resentment struggle to surface. And now, Lin Yuan was a concrete example of this. Even the esteemed president of the Evolvers Association personally sought him out for discussion, a fact that anyone with common sense could interpret the significance of. You good for nothing. Do you even have the face to stand here? Lin Hao glanced at his son and felt a surge of irritation. If it hadn't been for his son, Lin Yan's last few words, the very act of intending to transfer the department's quota to Lin Yuan would have definitely gained him considerable favor. But now, because of Lin Yan, even if that favor still existed, it was likely to be greatly diminished. Dad? Lin Yan hung his head in shame. He had no idea that Lin Yuan possessed such influence that people from the business sector, the military district, and even the president of the Evolvers Association, such major figures, would personally come to visit. At this moment, Lin Yan's heart was still trembling, especially when Mr. Liao from the Evolvers Association had expressly stated he was there to meet Lin Yuan, that had made his legs go weak. Half an hour later, Lin Yuan and Mr. Liao walked out of the private room. After Mr. Liao took his leave, the Chu family and the Hua family also successively asked to be excused. After all, this was someone else's family banquet. As an outsider, now that their visit with Lin Yuan was completed, it didn't seem right to stay any longer. Once these people had left, the Lin family banquet continued. But at this time, no one was in the mood to participate in the feast. Their hearts were filled with extreme shock and complexity. Their gazes towards Lin Yuan were filled with incomprehension and awe. An hour later, the Lin family banquet came to an end. Countless relatives hesitated, wanting to draw closer to Lin Yuan. But they lacked the courage to do so. Xiao Yuan, what exactly is going on? Once they returned home, Lu Qiong couldn't help but ask. The family banquet had seen Lin Yuan becoming the center of attention, but afterwards, Lu Qiong was somewhat frightened. Mom, don't worry. When I registered as an evolver last time, I was classified as second layer, level 12, Lin Yuan said nonchalantly. Second layer, level 12? Lu Qiong almost thought she was dreaming. She had hardly seen a few unranked evolvers, let alone a second layer, level 12 evolver. My son is a level 12 evolver? Lin Shouqing was stunned. Thus, time slowly passed. In the blink of an eye, more than half a year had passed. Shuiyue Residential Complex, number 32. The underground training ground. Lin Yuan was seated with his legs crossed. Suddenly, he seemed to sense something. Lin Yuan immediately focused his consciousness deep within his mind. There, the massive, majestic, and imposing door to the myriad realms had its edges completely illuminated. Chapter 31. The Descent. Is it time to traverse now? Lin Yuan felt a surge of joy in his heart. The traversing ability of the door to the myriad realms was not without limits. It needed time to accumulate energy, which manifested as it being lit up bit by bit. When Lin Yuan returned from his first traverse, he obtained relevant information from the door to the myriad realms. The degree to which the door to the myriad realms was lit up was divided into the lighting of the peripheral edge, the interior region, and the core area. With the peripheral edge lit up, one could traverse, but the method of traversal was consciousness descending. If the interior region was lit up, physical body traversal was possible. As for the core area being lit up, it related to some kind of transformation of the door to the myriad realms. The information Lin Yuan received only described this briefly. The 3 degrees of illumination required increasing amounts of time. The peripheral edge lighting took about 8 months to a year. To light up the interior region, it would take several years to a decade. As for the core area lighting up, Lin Yuan estimated it would probably take decades, or even centuries. Go ahead with the consciousness traverse. Lin Yuan was not particularly interested in physical traversal. One reason was that accumulating enough energy for physical traversal took too long. Another was that the margin for error in physical traversal was too low. Death meant true death. In comparison, the cost-performance ratio of consciousness traversal was much higher. However, before traversing, some preparations are still needed. Lin Yuan composed himself and began to make arrangements. Mainly, to inform his parents that he might disappear for a while. Even though there was a discrepancy in the flow of time between higher and lower worlds, Lin Yuan was not sure about the level of the world he was about to traverse into. If the time flow was not much different and he stayed there for decades, only a few years might pass in the main world. That could be troublesome. Once everything was prepared, Lin Yuan left the underground training field and came to the door of a room. After this traverse, I should be able to deduce the evolution pathway of martial Tao to the second layer. Then, continuing to upload it to the Goddess of Wisdom, the merit points I'll get should allow me to raise my citizen level to 3. Lin Yuan silently contemplated. Half a year earlier, Lin Yuan had uploaded the improved mythological chapter and carefree chapter of the martial canon. He was rewarded with 3,000 merit points. At the same time, the ranking of martial Tao's evolutionary pathway on the Kanglin evolution ranking rose from 93rd to 78th. The 100 evolutionary pathways listed on the Kanglin evolution ranking were ranked by the Goddess of Wisdom based on her vast computational power, incorporating potential, popularity, difficulty of practice, among other factors. The martial canon ranked 93rd when it had only the Grandmaster chapter and Great Grandmaster chapter, but adding the mythological chapter and the carefree chapter, its overall potential further increased, which naturally reflected in a rise in ranking. It could be predicted that when the martial Tao evolutionary pathway officially broke through to the second layer, its ranking would inevitably rise another notch. After all, the transition from the first layer to the second layer represented a qualitative change, a major leap recognized by the human civilization of the universe. All in all, uploading the martial Tao evolutionary pathway provided Lin Yuan with a total of 5,000 merit points. Advancing to a second-level citizen consumed 1,000 merit points. 4,000 merit points remained. To advance from a second-level citizen to a third-level citizen, 5,000 merit points were needed. Let's begin. Lin Yuan pushed open the room door. He walked towards a 2-meter-long nutrient pod. During his first traverse, Lin Yuan had no choice but to proceed with the forced conscription bearing down on him, enduring the process. Luckily, it turned out well as he spent 20 years in the martial world, but only over 10 minutes passed in the main world. Now, of course, Lin Yuan would not just idle away doing nothing. This nutrient pod was a military-grade item that Lin Yuan had purchased through Mr. Liao's channels. Once activated, it could sustain for no less than 200 years. That is to say, as long as Lin Yuan lay in it, unless he got up on his own, the nutrients inside the pod could sustain his body for 200 years' worth of needs. This gave Lin Yuan a great sense of security. At least he would not return from traversing to find his body starved to skin and bones. As the usage of the nutrient pod flashed through his mind, Lin Yuan opened the hatch and lay down inside. Traverse. Lin Yuan's spirit merged into the door to the myriad realms deep within his mind. In an instant, an intangible force of suction came forth. Lin Yuan only felt his consciousness rapidly plummeting. Zhang family fort. Adorned with lights and festivity. What a joyous occasion. Everyone in the fort knew that Mr. Zhang's wife had given birth to an offspring, a boy at that. Before this, Madame Zhang had successively brought forth 8 daughters, provoking all sorts of idle gossip. Madame has worked hard. Inside the room, Zhang Kuan, overwhelmed with emotion, put down the baby swaddled in his arms, looked at the frail woman lying on the bed, and spoke with a voice full of compassion. It's not hard, Zhang Lang, this is our child. Madame Zhang's face was somewhat pale, but she still forced herself to sit up, took the swaddle into her arms, and her eyes were filled with tenderness. The two shared a tender moment. Then Madame Zhang began to speak of serious matters. My husband, the Myriad Demons sect, has been restless lately, showing signs of approaching this way. Have you notified the Daoist of Dragon Tiger Mountain? Rest assured, madam. Zhang Kuan patted his chest and said, I've already sent a messenger to Chongqing. He should be almost here by now. As Zhang Kuan spoke to this point, he paused, then continued, Besides, what is there to fear from the Myriad Demons sect? Am I not considered a first-rate expert in the martial world? Why would I fear those demonic brats? His tone overflowed with formidable confidence as he said this. It seems that this birth is not bad at all. What Zhang Kuan and his wife didn't know was that, as the couple conversed, the baby wrapped in the swaddling clothes opened its eyes, revealing a depth not befitting its age. Naturally, this infant was Lin Yuan. From the short conversation of his parents, Lin Yuan deduced that his father in this life seemed to have a decent social status. At the very least, when he was born, there were no less than 5 midwives present, and additionally, over a dozen maidservants attending. This much was certainly beyond what an ordinary person could afford in any world. As he thought, Lin Yuan felt sleepy. When Lin Yuan opened his eyes again, he was met with extremely noisy sounds. The door was tightly shut, but the sounds of fighting could be heard outside. His own mother's face was filled with anxiety. What's going on? Lin Yuan opened his eyes wide. Wasn't everything fine just a moment ago? How did it come to this? His mother, seeing that Lin Yuan had awakened, immediately came over, eyes brimming with tears, and said, "Child, 8 steersmen from the myriad demons sect have attacked. Your father and the experts of the fort have gone to meet them in battle. We will surely repel the myriad demons sect." His mother held Lin Yuan, and rather than genuinely comforting her child, it seemed she was reassuring herself. After a moment, the door was thrust open. His father, Zhang Kuan, entered, drenched in blood. "Zhang Lang, how are things outside now?" Mother Su Yun asked anxiously. "We can't hold them back. The myriad demons sect didn't just send 8 steersmen, there's also a protector lurking in the shadows. Our Zhang family fort? Zhang family fort is finished." Zhang Kun's face turned ashen. He had never anticipated that in order to deal with Zhang family fort, the myriad demons sect would actually dispatch a protector. To become a protector of the myriad demons sect, one had to be at least beyond the level of a first-rate expert. "What should we do now?" Mother Su Yun fell silent for a while before asking. "You two should go." Zhang Kuan approached the back of the bed, gave it a light tap, and a secret tunnel emerged. This tunnel stretches 10 miles out. Take the child and go as far as you can, never come back in this lifetime. After opening the tunnel, Zhang Kuan seemed as if he had lost all his strength and nearly collapsed to the floor. "Zhang Lang, let's leave together. Let's depart from here together." Su Yun glanced at the tunnel and immediately looked at Zhang Kuan. "I can't go." Zhang Kuan shook his head. "I was struck by a palm from the myriad demons sect's protector. My heart meridian is severed. I won't live much longer." Zhang Kuan looked at Lin Yuan, his voice growing gentle. "I had even thought of a name for you, calling you Shanfeng, to be the peak of our Zhang family fort. Unfortunately, there's no future left." Having said this, Zhang Kuan took out a jade pendant and placed it in the swaddling clothes. 2 characters were engraved on the front of the pendant. Shanfeng. After doing all this, Zhang Kuan looked up at his wife Su Yun. "When the child grows up, don't tell him about his origins. Just live an ordinary life, and never think about avenging me." Having said that, Zhang Kuan pushed Su Yun into the tunnel. Chapter 32, 10 Years Through the Tunnel. Mother Su Yun successfully left Zhang family fort. However, it hadn't been half an hour when the pursuers from the myriad demons sect arrived to kill. Clearly, the secret passage in the room had been discovered. Left with no other choices, Su Yun could only place Lin Yuan into a hidden thicket. "I'll lead them away, and come back for you later." After saying this, Su Yun headed in another direction. As the wife of the first-class expert Zhang Kuan, Su Yun was naturally no ordinary person. Even just after childbirth, her strength was still above 3rd or 4th tier experts, and her lightness skill was exceptional. However, 2 or 3 hours had passed, and Su Yun still hadn't returned. "She probably won't be coming back," Lin Yuan thought silently to himself. If Su Yun had managed to shake off the pursuers, she surely would have returned by now. Her absence implied that she hadn't managed to elude the pursuers. The fate of not evading the pursuers need not be mentioned. Sigh. Lin Yuan let out a soft sigh. Just a moment ago, he had been the highly anticipated heir of Zhang family fort. But now, he had nothing. "This is troublesome," Lin Yuan furrowed his brows slightly. Now was not the time for regrets. The urgent matter at hand was how to survive. This time, Lin Yuan's situation was extremely difficult. As a newborn baby, Lin Yuan dared not make any significant movements. A newborn like him, if he left the swaddle, the only outcome would be to freeze to death. What about crying loudly to draw the attention of people nearby? Lin Yuan didn't know if the ones he might attract would be the demonic sex pursuers. Additionally, Lin Yuan's current environment seemed extremely remote with hardly any human presence. He feared that any slight noise might attract jackals, tigers, or leopards. To those fierce beasts, a human baby was nothing but a delicacy. What a pity! If it could be a few months later. No, just a few days, Lin Yuan felt somewhat helpless. With his against heaven's understanding, given time, Lin Yuan could quickly become stronger. The first time he traversed, Lin Yuan was only a 3-year-old child yet managed to comprehend the great Arhat Buddha fist and step into the innate realm. Though a baby's body had many limitations, it wasn't completely incapable of resistance, at least there would be some power to fight back. So, it was night. The temperature also began to drop rapidly. Even wrapped in the swaddle, Lin Yuan felt waves of cold. If it were any other baby, they might have already started crying by now. But Lin Yuan didn't because he knew that once he cried, it would attract nearby beasts and then be carried away and eaten by them. However, even so, the innate milky scent of a baby was still faintly emanating. Before long, Lin Yuan heard rustling noises coming from the nearby bushes. Listening to the noise, it was clear that it wasn't made by humans. What to do? Lin Yuan's heartbeat began to speed up. If it wasn't a human that made the noise, then it must be a beast. Facing a beast, Lin Yuan was completely powerless, for to a beast, Lin Yuan was just a delicious meal, devoid of any sympathetic emotions. As the rustling noise continued to approach, Lin Yuan's breathing began to slow down. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan's gaze suddenly noticed the dry leaves and twigs on the ground. This was the wilderness, full of plants, and dry leaves and twigs were everywhere. Staring at the dry leaves and twigs, dots of spiritual light suddenly surged in Lin Yuan's mind. You have against heaven's understanding. After observing the withered wood, you understand the withered wood breathing skill. Withered wood breathing skill. By utilizing a special breathing rhythm, conceal all traces of breathing mimicking the form of withered wood. In an instant, Lin Yuan's aura continued to retract. The original faint milky scent vanished. Even Lin Yuan's skin, originally soft and fair, shifted towards the dark color of dried wood. From a distance, Lin Yuan looked like a piece of withered wood wrapped in a swaddle. Ooh! A few meters away, an adult wolf paused, sniffed the air, and emitted a confused low howl, lingered nearby for a while, and upon confirming there was no scent of food, the wolf had no choice but to turn away. In the swaddle, as Lin Yuan's breath disappeared and his consciousness remained, after hearing the rustling sound fade away, he let out a huge sigh of relief. Withered wood breathing skill? Lin Yuan maintained this concealment secret technique. Actually, regarding techniques to conceal one's aura, Lin Yuan had comprehended many during his first traversal. However, those techniques required the support of inner qi and primordial qi. And Lin Yuan, currently just a baby, possessed neither inner qi nor primordial qi. As for the newly created withered wood breathing skill, it simply used adjustments in breathing rhythm to achieve the goal of concealing one's aura. It was something Lin Yuan could manage at the moment. There's no immediate danger now. Lin Yuan kept surveying his surroundings, refusing to lower his guard. Time slowly passed. In the blink of an eye, half a day had gone by. Lin Yuan felt a strong sense of hunger. Every cell in his body was screaming for food. You have against heaven's understanding and, tormented by hunger, you realize the hibernation breathing skill against heaven's understanding saved Lin Yuan once again. The hibernation breathing skill greatly reduced the bodily wear of Lin Yuan, and in combination with the withered wood breathing skill, made him no different from a true piece of withered wood. 2 days later, Lin Yuan clung to his last bit of consciousness. Just then, a Daoist in a Daoist robe descended from the sky. Someone's here. And a Daoist. Lin Yuan's spirit lifted. This was the first living person he had seen in 2 days. No matter. If I keep going like this, I'll really die. Lin Yuan quickly deactivated the withered wood breathing skill and the hibernation breathing skill. Although the hibernation breathing skill greatly reduced the bodily wear of Lin Yuan, it was only a reduction. As a newborn infant, surviving for 2 days was already the limit. To continue dragging this out, even the hibernation breathing skill wouldn't hold. With this thought, Lin Yuan gathered all his strength and cried out aloud. As the infant's voice sounded, the Daoist clearly heard it. Is it an abandoned infant? The Daoist looked to be middle-aged, his expression filled with weariness. Is it an abandoned infant from Zhang family fort? From the pattern on the swaddle, the Daoist guessed Lin Yuan's identity. This jade pendant? Is it Brother Zhang's jade pendant? Is this Brother Zhang's child? The Daoist's eyes suddenly moistened. He was Changqing, who had received a letter from Zhang Kun several months ago, saying he had discovered traces of the myriad demon sect. Changqing immediately set out for Zhang family fort. However, he was ambushed by several protectors of the myriad demons sect on the road, which delayed him for several days. By the time he reached there again, everyone in Zhang family fort had already perished. Just as Changqing was disheartened and about to return to Mount Longhu to report, he unexpectedly heard Lin Yuan's crying, and this infant was Zhang Kun's son. Very good, Brother Zhang's bloodline continues. Brother Zhang's bloodline hasn't been severed. Changqing immediately picked up Lin Yuan, feeling him for a while. In Changqing's view, an infant like Lin Yuan, left outside for half a day, would probably freeze to death. Although he didn't know how long Lin Yuan had been there, the surrounding environment indicated it was definitely more than half a day. Therefore, Changqing planned to use his own primordial qi to supplement the infant's origin source. Even though this act was a great consumption for him, Changqing didn't care. Because his late arrival led to the massacre at Zhang family fort, if even the last bloodline of Zhang family fort couldn't be preserved, he truly couldn't face living in this world. There's no injury on the body? Changqing was stunned. He discovered that the infant's body was very healthy, except for weakened vitality, probably due to hunger. There were no other major issues. Incredible, Changqing murmured to himself. Child, from now on, you are a person of Mount Longhu. Changqing held Lin Yuan in his arms. He immediately embarked on the journey back to Mount Longhu. At the Mount Longhu True Martial Hall, Changqing stood before Master Tsongqing, articulating everything that happened. Master Tsongqing, the current sect leader of Mount Long's Celestial Master's Mansion, was a venerable figure in the martial world of his time. The current sect leader of the Myriad Demons sect is brilliant and strategic, having stepped into the celestial phenomena realm, which is why he commanded his disciples to raid the lands to assert demonic might. Master Tsongqing spoke slowly. Soon he took over Lin Yuan from Changqing's hands. Poor child, Master Tsongqing sighed deeply. Mr. Zhang lived a heroic life. With his death at the hands of the Myriad Demons sect, our Celestial Master Mansion will definitely not let this go. By the way, has the child been named? Master Tsongqing asked. I found a jade pendant in the swaddle engraved with the characters Mountain Peak. It must be the name Brother Zhang chose for the child, Changqing said softly. Mountain Peak. All right, from now on, your name will be Zhang Shanfeng, Master Tsongqing spoke slowly. That is how Lin Yuan came to reside on Mount Longhu. Initially, Changqing was worried that Lin Yuan's crying would disturb others, but after spending a few days together, Changqing found that Lin Yuan was extremely well behaved. He never cried out. When hungry, he would just open his round big eyes and stare at him. He was unreasonably sensible. As for the infant's need for milk, there were many villages at the foot of Mount Longhu, which included women who had recently given birth. Changqing would shamelessly ask these women for some breast milk, managing to barely keep Lin Yuan alive. In this way, 10 years passed. Chapter 33 Sword Tomb Dragon Tiger Mountain, Dusk. Lin Yuan, dressed in a gray standard Daoist robe, stopped in front of a large boulder. 10 years already, Lin Yuan sat on the boulder, falling into a brief contemplation. In 10 years, Lin Yuan had come to deeply understand this world. The cultivation system of this world was divided from the 9th grade to the 1st grade. The 9th grade was the lowest, the 1st grade the highest, and above the 1st grade was the celestial phenomena realm. Practitioners of the celestial phenomena realm were said to be one with heaven and earth, perceiving the vital energies of all things, capable of moving mountains and splitting stones with a mere gesture. Even within the Cosmic Human Alliance, they're considered a formidable second-layer combat power. From this aspect, Lin Yuan also confirmed that the hierarchy of this world was higher than that of the martial world he had traversed through for the first time. 70 more years to stay. Lin Yuan glanced at the illusory text below his line of sight. Name, Zhang Shanfeng Lin Yuan. Identity, holder of the Myriad Realms Gate, bound talent, against heaven's understanding, current status, consciousness descent, residence time, 80 years, perhaps due to the enhancement of strength and the different world ranking. This time, Lin Yuan's residence time had changed from 20 years to 80 years. Regarding this, Lin Yuan was quite satisfied. Naturally, the longer the residence time the better, under the background of consciousness descent. Celestial Phenomena Realm. Lin Yuan's eyes were slightly closed as he felt the slowly circulating true force within his body. In 10 years, Lin Yuan naturally hadn't been idle. With his against heaven's understanding, Lin Yuan had cultivated to the 1st grade realm in just 3 years. That corresponded to the level of the free and unfettered realm in the martial world. Then, 5 years later, Lin Yuan smoothly stepped into the celestial phenomena realm, becoming one of the top powerhouses of the current era. Of course, all of this was done secretly by Lin Yuan. The others on Mount Longhu were not aware. Still, I should keep a low profile. Lin Yuan breathed out softly, thinking to himself. The Mount Longhu Celestial Master's Mansion was the ancestral court of Taoism in the world, with unfathomable depths. At least, after Lin Yuan broke through to the celestial phenomena realm, he vaguely sensed that there were several spots within Mount Longhu that harbored a presence surpassing the celestial phenomena realm. Cultivate slowly. Since there's still plenty of time for this residency, there's no need to rush. As he thought this, Lin Yuan left from beside the boulder. Before long, Lin Yuan arrived at a Daoist convent halfway up the mountain. This convent was where the Daoist boys on Dragon Tiger Mountain lived. There were a total of 8 such convents throughout Dragon Tiger Mountain. The Celestial Master's Mansion normally didn't strictly supervise the Daoist boys. As long as they completed their daily lessons, they could do as they wished. Lin Yuan had only been back a short while when he saw numerous young Daoist boys, around his age, gathering together. Taoist Pingyang? Lin Yuan's eyebrows slightly raised. The one surrounded by many young Daoists at that moment was an elderly Taoist dressed in worn robes. This old Taoist usually loitered around Dragon Tiger Mountain, liked to mingle with the young Daoists, and the many Taoists of the Celestial Master's Mansion did not bother with him when they saw him. Over time, everyone became familiar with him. The reason Lin Yuan paid such attention to Taoist Pingyang was because this man was unmistakably a practitioner of the celestial phenomena realm. Mount Longhu Celestial Master's Mansion publicly announced only its master Tsang Qing to be a practitioner of the celestial phenomena realm. In fact, there were 3 practitioners of the celestial phenomena realm in the mansion. The somewhat unkempt Taoist Pingyang before him was one of them. Lin Yuan guessed that Taoist Pingyang was likely to be in a role similar to a protector. Only when the Celestial Master's Mansion fell into crisis would he appear. Old Taoist, who do you think is the strongest person in the world? Among the young Daoists gathered around Taoist Pingyang, a younger-looking Daoist boy asked in a milky voice. The strongest person in the world? Taoist Pingyang was slightly startled, then immediately laughed. That's naturally the successive celestial masters of our mansion. The Celestial Master Mansion has a heritage of 6,800 years, producing 36 heavenly masters, each an unparalleled genius, invincible in the world. Even those in the celestial phenomena realm must bow their heads in the presence of a heavenly master. Pingyang Taoist's tone slightly elevated, quite proud of himself. Upon hearing this, the other little Taoist disciples were all invigorated. After all, everyone was a Taoist disciple of the Celestial Master Mansion, and it was exhilarating to hear that their own heavenly master was unmatched under the heavens. Their hearts naturally filled with joy. So, who is the heavenly master of the celestial master mansion now? Another innocent little Taoist disciple asked. As soon as these words were spoken, all the little Taoist disciples turned their eyes towards Pingyang Taoist, the current heavenly master. Upon hearing this, Pingyang hesitated but answered, "Our generation of the celestial master mansion has not yet produced a heavenly master." Pingyang Taoist had more to say but didn't. It wasn't just this generation that had failed to produce a heavenly master. It had been a full 500 years since a heavenly master had emerged. The celestial master mansion had a heritage of 6,800 years, producing 36 heavenly masters. This meant that not every era would produce a heavenly master. Even so, generally at most 200 to 300 years would pass before a heavenly master emerged. But now, 500 years had passed since the last heavenly master passed away. Heavenly master? Not far away, Lin Yuan gazed calmly. Based on his understanding over the past decade, the true realm of the celestial master mansion's heavenly master should surpass the celestial phenomena realm. As for how one becomes a heavenly master, it requires passing some kind of test. Exactly what the test entails, Lin Yuan did not yet know. This was among the core secrets of the celestial master mansion, likely only accessible to those in the celestial phenomena realm. How to surpass the celestial phenomena realm? Lin Yuan's brow furrowed slightly. Since stepping into the celestial phenomena realm 2 years ago, Lin Yuan had felt his cultivation speed decrease significantly. At this rate, even with his against heaven's understanding, it would take Lin Yuan at least 50 years to break through the celestial phenomena realm. This was strange indeed. With Lin Yuan's against heaven's understanding, it would take 50 years to break through, but for others, even the most astonishingly talented, wouldn't it take at least 200 to 300 years, if not 500? Yet all the past heavenly masters that Lin Yuan knew of were not older than 100. Could there be a shortcut? Lin Yuan speculated quietly, glancing surreptitiously in several directions again. Those directions were where Lin Yuan had sensed the presence that surpassed the celestial phenomena realm. It is the mountains. Pingyang Taoist looked up at Lin Yuan and smiled. Counting the days in half a month, it will be the once every 20-year pilgrimage to the Sword Tomb. You should perform well when the time comes. It will greatly benefit your future. Pingyang Taoist said meaningfully. The journey to the Sword Tomb? Ripples stirred in Lin Yuan's heart. If it were someone else speaking, Lin Yuan might not have cared much. But Pingyang Taoist was a guardian of the celestial master mansion and one of the 3 celestial phenomena realm powerhouses. His understanding of the celestial master mansion certainly far exceeded Lin Yuan's. Such a person stressing the pilgrimage to the Sword Tomb and advising Lin Yuan to perform well clearly carried a deeper implication. Thank you, Taoist Pingyang, for the reminder. Though Lin Yuan was unclear about the true significance of the journey to the Sword Tomb, he respectfully bowed to Taoist Pingyang. Over these 10 years, Pingyang Taoist had taken good care of him, especially when he was first brought to Mount Dragon Tiger. In addition to Taoist Changqing's care, Pingyang Taoist had secretly used his celestial qi several times to cleanse Lin Yuan's meridians and marrow. Pingyang thought Lin Yuan was too young to know about this. But Lin Yuan, having descended in consciousness, was well aware of everything that happened since his birth. Chapter 34. Finally seeing the true martial after the Pingyang Taoist left, Lin Yuan returned to his own Daoist temple. Sword Tomb, Lin Yuan pondered in his heart. The Sword Tomb of Dragon Tiger Mountain was where the Celestial Master Mansion's ancestors had stored their swords. The Celestial Master Mansion revered the true martial great emperor and had considerable achievements in sword techniques, with the supreme Art Shenwu 7-section sword being the strongest sword technique of the era. If I remember correctly, the location of the Sword Tomb should be one of those places. Lin Yuan's heart stirred. The so-called those places naturally referred to the places that harbored an aura surpassing the celestial phenomena realm. They were also what Lin Yuan regarded with considerable wariness. Things will straighten themselves out when the boat reaches the bridgehead. You'll know in half a month. Lin Yuan steadied his spirit and closed his eyes to begin cultivating. At the top of Dragon Tiger Mountain, True Martial Hall, Master Tsongqing of the Celestial Master Mansion, with his hands clasped behind his back, looked up at the towering Zhenwu divine statue before him. In half a month, it will be the trip to the Sword Tomb. I wonder if any of the disciples of our Celestial Master Mansion's generation will be chosen by the true martial sword. Master Tsongqing sighed. There were countless swords in the Sword Tomb of Dragon Tiger Mountain. Among them were the swords of the mansion's past disciples, past masters, past mansion masters, and even the swords of the 36 celestial masters. Of course, the most important was the true martial sword. It was said the true martial sword belonged to the first-generation celestial master of the Celestial Master Mansion and was related to the revered true martial great emperor, hence it was named the true martial sword. Only those chosen by the true martial sword could take that step to become the new celestial master of the Celestial Master Mansion. 500 years. 25 trips to the Sword Tomb. Not a single disciple of the Celestial Master Mansion had been chosen by the true martial sword again. This had led to the position of the Celestial Master being vacant for 500 years. Even though the Celestial Master Mansion was still considered the ancestral home of the Daoist sect without a Celestial Master, no one dared to take it lightly. But in terms of high-end combat power, it ultimately fell short by a great deal. For decades, the Myriad Demons sect had been resurgent, causing untold slaughter. If the Celestial Master Mansion had a Celestial Master in this generation, would the Myriad Demons sect have the audacity? The Mansion Master need not worry, said a plump Taoist who had started to speak beside him. This plump Taoist showed no hint of his aura, yet he was a Celestial Phenomena Realm powerhouse, one of the 3 Celestial Phenomena Realm experts of the Celestial Master Mansion. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, half a month had gone by. On this day, Lin Yuan had just left the Daoist temple. He was immediately approached by a Taoist who came hurrying from the summit. All Daoist boys under the age of 20, come with me, he said. The Taoist seemed to be in his 30s or 40s, but he was a 9th grade expert. In the current system of cultivation, it ranged from 9th grade to 1st grade, with 9th grade experts already at the peak of the middle 3 grades, and they could be regarded as masters in their own right at the foot of the mountain. Is it time for the trip to the Sword Tomb? Lin Yuan felt a slight move in his heart and obediently stood in place as the Taoist commanded. Soon enough, all the eligible Daoist boys in the temple had almost assembled. Lin Yuan took a quick glance around and estimated there were over 100. Follow me, don't fall behind, and don't run off, the Taoist ordered once he saw that everyone had gathered. His voice contained a hint of martial skills like sound waves, and all the Daoist boys felt a ringing in their ears, not daring to cause trouble. After half a day, under the guidance of the Taoist, Lin Yuan and many other Daoist boys arrived at a valley behind Dragon Tiger Mountain. There were already many other Daoist boys gathered there, presumably from the other 7 temples. So many people, commented a slightly thin Daoist boy next to Lin Yuan, unable to contain his amazement. Shan Feng, what are the masters bringing us here for? The slight boy leaned closer to Lin Yuan and whispered. I don't know, Lin Yuan shook his head. The thin Daoist boy was named Qingping, and he got along quite well with Lin Yuan. To be more precise, he looked up to Lin Yuan. After all, because of Changqing's reasons, Lin Yuan had 2nd-generation status on Dragon Tiger Mountain and wasn't bullied, so he naturally attracted a group of young Daoist boys. Even in Dragon Tiger Mountain, the ancestral home of the Daoist sect, there would still be factions, and the young Daoist boys would naturally form small groups to stick together. Another half an hour passed. Another Taoist came quickly, holding several booklets in his hand. After distributing the booklets to each Daoist boy, the Taoist said, the booklet contains a sensing skill. Everyone begin cultivating according to the sensing skill, and then enter the Sword Tomb in succession. Maintain the sensing skill continuously during this time, and look for a suitable sword for yourself in the Sword Tomb. The Taoist quickly finished speaking and then repeated it several times. After confirming all the Daoist boys understood, he went on to other places. This sensing skill is so difficult, Qingping complained as he flipped through the booklet. The other Daoist boys were similar, working hard to grasp it. Sensing skill? Lin Yuan opened the booklet and quickly scanned through it. Your perceptiveness is against the heavens. Reading Sword Intent Sensing Skill, you have comprehended Supreme Sword Sensing Chapter. In an instant, copious insights about the sword path and sword intent flooded in. Even Lin Yuan, who had already stepped into the celestial phenomena realm, spent half an hour absorbing it all. This sensing skill, uncertainty flickered in Lin Yuan's heart. After mastering and elevating this perception technique, Lin Yuan faintly resonated with the nearby sword tomb. Atop the sword tomb stood a high platform. 3 figures were sitting there, looking down upon the sword tomb below. The leading figure was Master Tsongqing, the current master of the Celestial Master Mansion. In the era without a heavenly master, the Celestial Master Mansion's master was the absolute authority. The one to the left was the unkempt Pingyang Daoist, and to the right was a plump Daoist. These 3 figures were indeed the 3 grandmasters of the celestial phenomena realm from the current Celestial Master Mansion. The journey to the Sword Tomb, it's crucial for the birth of a heavenly master in our Celestial Master Mansion. Let's hope we won't be disappointed this time. Pingyang Daoist muttered to himself. From his perspective, he could clearly see everything within the Sword Tomb below. In the Sword Tomb, it's not only people choosing swords, but also swords choosing their bearers. Every sword that can be placed in the Sword Tomb contains sword intent. If one can cultivate the sword intent sensing skill to minor completion, one can sense many sword intents and possibly select a sword once worn by previous celestial masters. The plump Taoist spoke. As for why they didn't let the disciples practice sword intent sensing skill in advance. The sword intent sensing skill is not only about sensing but also a measure of one's own aptitude. If one can cultivate the sword intent sensing skill to minor completion within just a few hours, their swordsmanship aptitude must be extraordinary, and the sword they select will also reflect their true level. Besides, if one's swordsmanship aptitude is not up to par, even 10 years of practicing the sword intent sensing skill would hardly bring it to minor completion. As for the major completion level of the sword intent sensing skill, it has been a long time since it appeared in the Celestial Master Mansion. That is something only a prospective Celestial Master Seed could achieve, capable of being sensed by the Zhenwu 7-section sword. Half a day later, as the disciples began to enter the Sword Tomb and select the swords suitable for themselves, smiles gradually appeared on the faces of the 3 celestial phenomena realm powerhouses watching from the platform above. So far, 4 disciples had chosen swords once wielded by previous celestial masters. This meant that these 4 possessed the potential to step into the celestial phenomena realm. Additionally, 31 disciples chose swords that were once worn by previous mansion masters. Even if they could not become celestial phenomena realm cultivators, reaching the 9th grade realm would not be a problem for them. This scene filled Master Tsongqing with immense satisfaction. Before the journey to the Sword Tomb, he had wished, albeit extravagantly, that a disciple might select the Zhenwu 7-section sword. But extravagant hopes were just that, hopes. With no one resonating with the Zhenwu 7-section sword for 500 years, why would it happen this time? Compared to this ephemeral possibility, the current outcome was more in line with the actual situation of the Celestial Master Mansion. As long as they could produce a few more celestial phenomena realm powerhouses, even without a heavenly master, there would be no major issues. No, these sword intents are all too weak. Inside the Sword Tomb, Lin Yuan was also selecting a sword. After elevating his sword intent sensing skill to the Supreme Sword Sensing chapter, all the sword intents in the Sword Tomb were as clear to Lin Yuan as the patterns on the palm of his hand. And whenever Lin Yuan slightly exerted the Supreme Sword Sensing chapter, he could sense that countless swords were sending eager signals to him. Those swords were extremely powerful to the disciples, but as Lin Yuan was already at the celestial phenomena realm, naturally, he was not impressed. There is a path of sword intent over there. Following the resonance, Lin Yuan walked towards the depths of the Sword Tomb. Almost at the same time, the 3 celestial phenomena realm powerhouses above turned their attention toward Lin Yuan. Who is that person, not selecting a sword properly and heading deep into the Sword Tomb? The plump Taoist furrowed his brows, speaking out. Is it Shanfeng? Pingyang Taoist recognized Lin Yuan, his expression equally puzzled. He indeed told Lin Yuan to perform well, but performing well didn't mean wandering around there. Moreover, deep within the sword tomb, sword qi was rampant, which could easily harm the disciples with sword qi entering their bodies, leaving behind problems. Seeing this, Master Chongqing was also puzzled. They'll bring him back. The plump Taoist saw Lin Yuan showing no sign of stopping and was about to go down to halt him. However, in the next moment, Lin Yuan looked solemn, raised his right hand, and plunged it into a pile of swords. "Come out to me." Lin Yuan operated the Supreme Sword Sensing chapter and began to draw out slowly. SSSSSNE. A faint frictive sound emerged. Then, under the incredulous gaze of everyone, inside the sword tomb, thousands of swords uncontrollably quivered. This caused the sword tomb to shiver, and the mountain behind the tomb quivered as well. Lastly, the entire Dragon Tiger Mountain trembled too. In the extreme northern ice field, a majestic man with golden eyes stood up abruptly, looking toward Dragon Tiger Mountain in shock. On a street, a fortune-telling Taoist in a Daoist robe was slowly hawking his services when he suddenly twisted his body, nearly falling over, much to the surprise of the nearby children. After all, the old master was one of the world's strongest. How could he stumble? But the Taoist's face showed an unfathomable look. The celestial master? In a desolate land, an old man, half buried in the earth, couldn't help but crawl out, his expression vacant as if in disbelief. At Dragon Tiger Mountain, in the sword tomb, Lin Yuan's right hand slowly drew out a sword with a worn hilt and the words Zhenwu engraved on it. With Lin Yuan as the center, thousands upon thousands of swords trembled simultaneously. All the disciples of the Celestial Master Mansion were shaken and knelt toward the Zhenwu seven-section sword. 39 real people of the first grade from the Celestial Master Mansion bowed to Lin Yuan respectfully. Master Chongqing, this generation's master of the Celestial Master Mansion with strength at the Celestial Phenomena Realm, was at this moment tearfully overwhelmed. Dragon Tiger Mountain had not seen the true martial for 500 years. Today, true martial finally reveals itself to us. Chapter 35 True Martial Dao Zong. This sword. In the depths of the sword tomb, Lin Yuan gripped the hilt with his right hand. Even so, Lin Yuan could distinctly feel the sword slightly trembling. If it wasn't for the Supreme Sword Sensing chapter constantly circulating in his body, Lin Yuan had no doubt that the sword would have flown away on its own. A mere object possessing such spirit? Lin Yuan couldn't help but marvel inwardly. If this were in the Cosmic Human Alliance, only spaceships made of biofusion technology comparable in value to a planet could possibly match it. However, no matter how spirited, it remains an inanimate object. Lin Yuan could sense that the sword's resistance was weakening. Merely moments passed before it stopped trembling and lay quietly in his hand. Only then did Lin Yuan turn to look behind him. The current lord of the Celestial Master Mansion, the chubby Taoist Master Pingyang, and two other Celestial Phenomena Realm Masters stood not far off, quietly watching Lin Yuan. To be precise, they were looking at the true martial sword in Lin Yuan's hand, their expressions a complex mix of relief, shock, and reminiscence. "Lord," a tinge of fear promptly appeared on Lin Yuan's face. He was about to bow in respect. "No need." Master Chongqing stepped forward and lifted Lin Yuan up. "Since you have been chosen by the true martial sword, you are this generation's true martial successor, and you will be the future celestial master of our mansion." Master Chongqing spoke solemnly. The journey to the sword tomb concluded. Lin Yuan did not return to the Taoist temple halfway up the mountain. Instead, Master Chongqing personally took him to a residence at the mountain summit. With Lin Yuan, there were also 4 Taoist boys. From the casual conversations with Master Chongqing, Lin Yuan learned that the swords chosen by these 4 boys, even though not comparable to the true martial sword selected by Lin Yuan, were extremely impressive, having been left behind by past celestial masters of the mansion. They all held great potential to reach the Celestial Phenomena Realm. "Brother Shanfeng, what do you think the Lord is doing?" Qingping followed closely behind Lin Yuan. This little shadow, too, had been chosen by a sword left behind by past celestial masters, making him one of the 4. "Don't worry, it must be something good." Lin Yuan said offhandedly. From the snippets of information occasionally revealed by Master Chongqing, Lin Yuan deduced that the 5 of them were certainly being cultivated as seeds by the Celestial Master Mansion. Especially Lin Yuan, who had been chosen by the true martial sword and directly named as the future Celestial Master by Master Chongqing himself. What did it mean to be a Celestial Master of the Celestial Master Mansion? Even after 500 years, the world still could not forget the terror of a Celestial Master. Whenever a Celestial Master emerged from the mansion, they were invincible in this world. According to Lin Yuan's understanding, the ceiling of combat power in this world was the Celestial Phenomena realm. Perhaps a very few exceptionally gifted individuals could manage to step half a step or even a full step beyond the Celestial Phenomena realm. But only the Celestial Masters of the Celestial Master Mansion could genuinely transcend the Celestial Phenomena realm. This was why the Celestial Masters were invincible throughout the world. Even Lin Yuan was eager to discover what exactly allowed a Celestial Master to fully transcend that threshold. Considering his calculations, to surpass the Celestial Phenomena realm, even with his against heaven's understanding, it would still take at least 50 years. But a Celestial Master, how could they achieve it? Could it be that every Celestial Master of the mansion possessed an against heaven's understanding like Lin Yuan's? That was clearly impossible. After Master Chongqing brought Lin Yuan and the other 4 to their residence, he reminded them not to wander around at night, then turned and left. Lin Yuan sat on the bedstead. He casually placed the true martial sword in front of him. By now, the sword had completely calmed down. This sword must contain the secret of the Celestial Master. Otherwise, Master Chongqing would not have acknowledged me as the future Celestial Master. Lin Yuan gently caressed the hilt with his right hand. At the same time, a faint flow of vital breath began to explore deep into the sword's body from the hilt. Boom! The scenery around Lin Yuan suddenly changed. He found himself in a vast darkness of void. To his left, not far away, was a sun-like fireball. To his right lay an abyss emitting an endless chill. The power of Taiyang and the power of Taiyin permeated the entire space. What is this? Lin Yuan's pupils slightly narrowed. His mind suddenly began to flood with spiritual light. Your understanding is against heaven, witnessing the external manifestations of the forces of yin and yang poles deepens your grasp on the Tao of yin and yang. Your against heaven's understanding has deepened your comprehension of the Tao of yin and yang as you observed the external manifestations of the powers of Taiyin and Taiyang. Your against heaven's understanding has deepened your comprehension of the Tao of yin and yang as you observed the external manifestations of the powers of Taiyin and Taiyang. In an instant, a massive influx of insights flooded his mind. Lin Yuan was utterly absorbed, his focus entirely devoted to the powers of Taiyin and Taiyang on his left and right. He didn't know how much time had passed. Gradually, Lin Yuan opened his eyes. So that's how it is. So that's how it is. A sudden realization dawned on Lin Yuan. At this moment, he finally understood why the successive heavenly masters of the Celestial Master Mansion could surpass the Celestial Phenomena realm. It was because of this true martial sword. Within the sword, the externally manifested powers of Taiyang and Taiyin were housed. This was a direct path leading above the Celestial Phenomena realm. The successive heavenly masters of the Celestial Master Mansion observed the powers of Taiyin and Taiyang within the sword day and night. Constantly comprehending the nature beyond the Celestial Phenomena realm, it was naturally not difficult for them to exceed that realm. 20 years. No, that's not right. At most a dozen years. I should be able to break through the Celestial Phenomena realm. Lin Yuan's heart swelled with excitement. In truth, the powers of Taiyin and Taiyang in the sword, merely comprehending either would allow one to break through the Celestial Phenomena realm. This was also the path taken by the historical heavenly masters of the Celestial Master Mansion. But Lin Yuan had great ambition and wished to cultivate both Taiyin and Taiyang simultaneously. Only then would the necessary time skyrocket. If Lin Yuan had chosen to comprehend one power alone, with his against heaven's understanding, it likely would have taken only a year or a few months to break through the Celestial Phenomena realm smoothly. I was wrong. I was wrong. The method I used to break into the celestial phenomena realm was mistaken. After Lin Yuan observed the essence of the powers of Taiyin and Taiyang, he immediately recognized the issue with himself. Years ago, Lin Yuan had quietly broken through to the celestial phenomena realm. However, the foundation of Lin Yuan's entry into the celestial phenomena realm mainly stemmed from his last journey through the martial world. It's not to say that was wrong. But breaking through to the celestial phenomena realm in such a way would make the subsequent path more difficult to traverse. If I rooted my entry into the celestial phenomena realm in the power of Taiyin or Taiyang, and then attempted the fusion of yin and yang to break through the celestial phenomena realm, thoughts swiftly formed in Lin Yuan's mind. He decided to break through the celestial phenomena realm again. If it were someone else, attempting to break through the celestial phenomena realm again would likely mean ruining their cultivation and starting over. However, Lin Yuan possessed against heaven's understanding and quickly grasped a method that would perfectly convert his celestial phenomena realm's qi and strength into the power of Taiyin or Taiyang. Although there were losses involved, it was far better than starting over from scratch. This sword, could it truly be that the true martial great emperor exists in this world? Lin Yuan's gaze once again fell upon the sword in front of him. The essence of the powers of Taiyin and Taiyang contained within the sword could guide beings to transcend beyond the celestial phenomena realm. The sheer power of its maker was unimaginably formidable. The next day, Lin Yuan gathered outside with 4 other Taoist disciples. Master Tsongqing and 2 other celestial phenomena realm masters stood not far away. All right. You 5 are the future hope of our celestial master mansion. Master Tsongqing's gaze lingered briefly on Lin Yuan without trace. Clearly, in Master Tsongqing's eyes, the other 4 were optional. As long as Lin Yuan, the future heavenly master chosen by the true martial sword, was present, that was enough. Nevertheless, due to the rules of the celestial master mansion, he brought the others along. Next, I will take you to the true martial Daozong. That place is where the successive heavenly masters of our celestial master mansion have secluded themselves. Inside, the cultivation paths and realizations of the heavenly masters are recorded. Master Tsongqing slowly stated. Upon hearing this, excitement appeared on the faces of the 4 Taoist disciples. At Dragon Tiger Mountain, the heavenly masters had been mythologized. Being able to go to the place where the heavenly masters once cultivated was something any Taoist of the celestial master mansion deeply desired. Chapter 36. Outraged, the true martial Daozong was built within the mountain of Dragon Tiger Mountain, hidden to an extreme extent. The inside space was large, with walls densely engraved with text. These characters were all written by celestial masters from various generations. They contain the essence of cultivation. You should not observe them frequently. Just gaze upon them occasionally. Otherwise, it will affect your cultivation. Master Tsongqing reminded them. Aside from Lin Yuan, the other 4 Qingping had already crowded around, staring intently at the characters on the wall. It was only after Master Tsongqing's reminder that the Qingping reluctantly shifted their gazes away. Your main focus now should be on comprehending the fire pearl and the ice pearl. Master Tsongqing led everyone to the center of the Daozong. There, 2 stones were placed, one with a reddish surface and the other with a deep blue surface. Faintly, a great amount of heat and cold emanated from them. These fire and ice pearls were formed from crystal stones from the deep depths of the East Sea, capable of containing and preserving various kinds of essences. The celestial masters of my celestial master mansion often infused their power into them. Accumulated over a long period, they have formed what the fire and ice pearls are today. Master Tsongqing explained. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan looked thoughtful. These fire and ice pearls must be a greatly reduced version of the power of Taiyang and Taiyin contained within the true martial sword. They were imitation artifacts that were attempted by celestial masters from generations past, in an effort to emulate the power of Taiyang and Taiyin. Unfortunately, whether it is due to the materials used or the vast difference in strength, even the fire and ice pearls crafted with the power of generations of celestial masters when compared to the power of Taiyang and Taiyin in the true martial sword. They were still but the light of a glowworm compared to the daylight. This was Lin Yuan's first impression. As Lin Yuan pondered, Master Tsongqing continued, "Your main goal now is to perceive the power of Taiyang and the power of Taiyin from the fire and ice pearls. The strong ones in my celestial master mansion usually take only two paths: Taiyin pole extreme and Taiyang pole extreme. Whether it's Taiyin pole extreme or Taiyang pole extreme, if you can comprehend 3 or 4 parts, you will be able to step into the celestial phenomena realm." Master Tsongqing scanned the crowd and continued speaking. This was also the cultivational path set by the first-generation celestial master for the disciples of later generations. Indeed, this had proven that these two cultivation paths were very strong, and the celestial phenomena realm strength of the celestial master mansion was always a bit stronger than that of the external celestial phenomena realm. This advantage was due to the Taiyin pole extreme or Taiyang pole extreme. Even successive celestial masters took one of the paths within Taiyin pole extreme and Taiyang pole extreme. However, the celestial masters could contemplate the true essence of the power of Taiyang and Taiyin within the true martial sword. The effect was far stronger than the current fire and ice pearls, and thus they progressed much further on the paths of Taiyin pole extreme and Taiyang pole extreme. After finishing, Master Tsongqing sent the 4 Qingping away. He then approached Lin Yuan. "You do not need to feel the fire pearl and ice pearl." Master Tsongqing gazed at Lin Yuan, though he was unaware of the secrets inside the true martial sword. According to the records of the Celestial Master Mansion, the Celestial Masters who came to cultivate in the true martial Daozong, it seemed they were not much interested in the fire and ice pearls. Under such circumstances, the past Celestial Masters still led far ahead on the paths of Taiyin pole extreme and Taiyang pole extreme. Master Tsongqing therefore surmised that perhaps the past Celestial Masters had other methods of cultivation. Mainly focus on the text on the walls. Those are the insights and contemplations of the Celestial Masters, which should be helpful to you. Master Tsongqing's expectation for Lin Yuan was to be a future Celestial Master. Hence he made such a suggestion. "Okay." Lin Yuan nodded. The Celestial Masters of the Celestial Master Mansion were all beings who surpassed the celestial phenomena realm. Their insights and contemplations were naturally useful to Lin Yuan. "If there's any issue or difficulty, you can call me." Before leaving, Master Tsongqing specifically left these words for Lin Yuan. Clearly, he held Lin Yuan in high regard. In the following time, Lin Yuan did not leave the true martial Daozong. He was served food and drink by the Daoists of the Celestial Master Mansion. There was no need to go out. Indeed, even if Lin Yuan wanted to leave, he could only stroll around Dragon Tiger Mountain at most. The Celestial Master seedlings selected by the true martial sword, before becoming Celestial Masters, were forbidden from leaving Dragon Tiger Mountain. The main reason was to ensure the true martial sword did not get lost. The true martial sword was key for the Celestial Master Mansion to produce a Celestial Master. It absolutely could not be misplaced. Time slowly passed. In the blink of an eye, more than half a year passed. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged in front of a stone wall. It was engraved with a plethora of texts. These texts were left by the 18th generation Celestial Master of Dragon Tiger Mountain. They narrated this Celestial Master's insights and contemplations on the path of Taiyang pole extreme. "Your perception is incredible. Observing the Celestial Master's stone wall deepens your understanding of the Tao of Yin and Yang." Half an hour later, Lin Yuan opened his eyes. "I've finally fully transformed." Lin Yuan's face lit up with a smile. During this period, aside from comprehending the Tao of Yin and Yang, the remainder of his time was spent converting his previously attained celestial phenomena realm's true power entirely into the power of Taiyin and the power of Taiyang. Using either the power of Taiyin or the power of Taiyang as a foundation to step into the celestial phenomena realm, his strength would be 20 to 40% stronger than usual. This was only the initial change. In terms of potential and cultivation speed, both Taiyin pole extreme and Taiyang pole extreme surpassed other celestial phenomena realm powers by far. Originally, Lin Yuan would have needed 50 years to surpass the celestial phenomena realm. But after converting his foundation into Taiyin Pole Extreme and Taiyang Pole Extreme, even without relying on the essence of Taiyin and Taiyang from the true martial sword, the time to surpass the celestial phenomena realm was reduced to merely 20 or 30 years. This saved him nearly half the time. Shanfeng, how is your comprehension coming along? Just then, Qingping hurried over. Ah, the fire pearl is too difficult to comprehend. I haven't figured out much yet, Qingping said with a disappointed face. Take your time, don't rush. Lin Yuan offered comfort. Qingping had chosen the path of Taiyang Pole Extreme, and thus was trying to comprehend the fire pearl. Although the effects of the fire pearl were far inferior to the true martial sword, having it was better than none. With Qingping's qualifications, recognized by the celestial master's sword, patiently contemplating it for years, would surely bear fruit. Shanfeng, how about your comprehension? Qingping seemed to think of something, looking at Lin Yuan with expectation. I have made some progress. Lin Yuan thought for a moment, then raised his right hand. A trace of the power of Taiyin and the power of Taiyang twined and collided between his fingers. Wow, Shanfeng, you are so incredible. Qingping's eyes widened. Although amazed, Qingping showed no hint of disbelief, for ever since that day within the sword tomb, when Lin Yuan held the true martial sword, all the Taoist children felt an irresistible aura emanating from him. Latterly, Master Congqing reminded them several times not to compare themselves with Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan was the future heavenly master, destined to overlook the world. Comparing themselves with Lin Yuan might disturb their state of mind, making it very difficult for them to step into the celestial phenomena realm. So, upon seeing Lin Yuan controlling both the power of Taiyin and the power of Taiyang at the same time, Qingping merely marveled. The other 3 Taoist children also gathered around, their eyes blinking in envy. Half a month later, Master Congqing and 2 other celestial phenomena realm masters arrived. They prepared to check the cultivation progress of the 4. First was Qingping, who tried to lift his hand, with a faint trace of scorching breath circulating. Not bad, you've made it to the threshold. Master Congqing nodded. He too followed the path of Taiyang Pole Extreme and was particularly sensitive to the scorching breath of the world. Next were the 3 Taoist children. One of them managed to make it to the threshold on the Taiyin Pole Extreme path, just like Qingping. The other 2 still hadn't made it to the threshold. Taiyin Pole Extreme and Taiyang Pole Extreme are obscure and difficult to comprehend. Even with the aid of the Fire Pearl and Ice Pearl, entering the threshold is no easy task. The essence of what Master Congqing meant was to encourage everyone not to lose heart, to slowly perceive and steadily cultivate. After checking the cultivation progress of the 4 Taoist children, Master Congqing's gaze fell on Lin Yuan. Not just Master Congqing, but the other 2 celestial phenomena realm masters too. Lin Yuan had been chosen by the true martial sword, a seed of the future heavenly master. Among the other 4 Taoist children, 2 had reached the threshold in their comprehension of either Taiyin Pole Extreme or Taiyang Pole Extreme. What then could be expected from Lin Yuan, the most talented among them? Master Congqing and the other 2 celestial phenomena realm masters were quite eager to find out. Master, Lin Yuan stepped forward, raising his right hand. Both the power of Taiyin and the power of Taiyang emerged, constantly colliding and intertwining, occasionally emitting an even deeper aura. Incredible, Shanfeng has grown stronger again. I wonder when we'll reach Shanfeng's realm. Seeing this, the other 4 Taoist children began to discuss among themselves. Among them, even those who had reached the threshold had only gathered the power of Taiyin or the power of Taiyang as thin as a hair, whereas Lin Yuan had gathered both to the thickness of a thumb. The difference was clear at a glance. What the Taoist children did not notice, however, was that as Lin Yuan was simultaneously channeling the power of Taiyin and the power of Taiyang, Master Congqing's face suddenly turned grim. Who allowed you to simultaneously cultivate both Taiyin Pole Extreme and Taiyang Pole Extreme? Master Congqing's face even reddened with distress as he looked at Lin Yuan. Either Taiyin Pole Extreme or Taiyang Pole Extreme alone are paths to the heavens, but cultivating both is a path to death, a dead end. Yin and yang are inherently opposing forces. You might not notice anything initially while cultivating both, but the deeper you go, the more troublesome it will become. The third-generation celestial master of our celestial master mansion wanted to cultivate both yin and yang, introducing the power of Tai-yin into his body with his celestial master status, only to end up exploding to death. By doing this recklessly, have you considered the consequences? Master Songqing was nearly driven mad with anger and couldn't help but reprimand Lin Yuan. Chapter 37 Tai-yin and Tai-yang inside the true martial Daozong. The voice of Master Songqing, head of the mansion, echoed continuously with fury. The other 4 Qingping disciples' faces were pale, filled with fear. For such a long time, Master Songqing had been strict with them, but had never lost his temper, let alone scolded them. Even when they had failed to master either the Tai-yin pole extreme or the Tai-yang pole extreme, Master Songqing would just remark briefly, his words more encouraging than anything. Zhang Shanfeng, you were chosen by the true martial sword, an exceptional honor. Even I am not confident that I can teach you, so I had you read the insights and realizations left on the stone wall by generations of heavenly masters. Master Songqing's voice was subdued. Among these insights and realizations, there was none that suggested you follow both the Tai-yin pole extreme and the Tai-yang pole extreme, right? Indeed, there wasn't. Lin Yuan nodded. All the celestial insights in the Daozong were singularly focused on illustrating either the Tai-yin pole extreme or the Tai-yang pole extreme. As for mentioning both, there truly wasn't any such case. Because through the generations, the Daoists of the Celestial Master Mansion likewise followed only one path, either the Tai-yin pole extreme or the Tai-yang pole extreme. Given that there was none, why did you take it upon yourself to assert otherwise? The path of cultivation is fraught with caution, forged by the lives of ancestors. Do you think you can alter it on a whim? Master Songqing looked at Lin Yuan with disappointment. Shanfeng, with the recognition of the true martial sword, you need only follow the prescribed path, whether you choose the Tai-yin pole extreme or the Tai-yang pole extreme. In as short as 50 years, or at most 80 years, you are destined to become a heavenly master. You are the hope of the Celestial Master Mansion, the hope of the world. We all had great expectations of you, but what did you do? A variety of emotions surged in Master Songqing's heart, including anger, disbelief, and heartache, among others. The Qingping disciples were shivering with fear by the side. They, too, realized that Lin Yuan might have taken the wrong path in his cultivation, otherwise, Master Songqing wouldn't have been so infuriated. Lin Yuan was a seedling of a heavenly master. His faltering pained Master Songqing more than if he had deviated into demonic paths himself. Tai-yin pole extreme, Tai-yang pole extreme, 2 completely opposing paths, you've already compromised your foundation by cultivating both. Even if you realize something is amiss in the future, do you think you'll be able to start over? Regret welled up in Master Songqing's heart. He should have imparted this common knowledge to Lin Yuan at the beginning of his cultivation. Actually, it wasn't really an oversight. After all, for the vast majority of people, mastering one of the Tai-yin pole extreme or the Tai-yang pole extreme was already incredibly difficult. Even a genius with the talent to step into the celestial phenomenon realm like Qingping spent close to a year for a semblance of achievement. The difficulty of mastering the opposing Tai-yang pole extreme after entering the Tai-yin pole extreme would undoubtedly increase 10 to 100-fold. Therefore, it never crossed Master Songqing's mind that Lin Yuan would cultivate both the Tai-yin pole extreme and the Tai-yang pole extreme simultaneously. Add to that the guidance from the ancestor Daoists' insights on the stone walls, which never mentioned the simultaneous cultivation of both Tai-yin and Tai-yang. Master Songqing really didn't understand. How did Lin Yuan manage to merge Tai-yin pole extreme with Tai-yang pole extreme? I know, Lin Yuan's brow furrowed slightly, but I feel that cultivating both Tai-yin pole extreme and Tai-yang pole extreme is the truly correct path. His against heaven's understanding wouldn't deceive him. Since Lin Yuan was able to perceive Tai-yang pole extreme and Tai-yin pole extreme through his against heaven's understanding, the path ahead could not be a dead end. You feel? Master Songqing almost laughed out of exasperation. Even commonplace knowledge dictates learning from history. For 6,800 years, 36 invincible heavenly masters of the celestial master mansion paved the way for future disciples. And just like that, Lin Yuan nonchalantly denied it all? Perhaps, taking 10,000 steps back, combining Taiyin with Taiyang really is a great Tao that surpasses both Taiyin pole extreme and Taiyang pole extreme. But to fully traverse this path, countless generations will have to strive, making great sacrifices. Take for example the third-generation celestial master of the celestial master mansion, who, upon becoming a celestial master, attempted to harness both yin and yang forces but met an end by self-implosion. To explore new paths, sacrifices are inevitable. Even celestial masters cannot escape it. However, Lin Yuan, having gained the recognition of the true martial sword, was bound to become a celestial master. There was absolutely no need to take this risk. Better to have one bird in hand than 10 birds in the bush. To forsake the position of an invincible celestial master in this world for a path whose future is obscure. This was the very reason for Master Zongqing's fury. From today on, Shanfeng, you will stay by my side. I will temper your body with my true qi every day, attempting to erase the influence of the powers of Taiyin and Taiyang. Within 10 years, your foundations will be reborn, and thereafter you may resume cultivation, Master Zongqing solemnly spoke after a long silence. Ah! The chubby Daoist beside him stared at Master Zongqing in surprise. Even for a peak powerhouse of the celestial phenomenon realm, tempering someone else's body with true qi daily comes at a great cost, not to mention maintaining it for 10 years. To put it bluntly, for Master Zongqing to make such a commitment, he was essentially ruining himself, not to mention that his cultivation might regress to the early stages of the celestial phenomenon realm, and at the very least, it would shave off 20 years of his life. Brother Tzu, the disheveled Pingyang Taoist sighed deeply. Despite Master Zongqing's rigid and severe demeanor, he truly stood from the perspective of the celestial master mansion. Lin Yuan was the first in 500 years to be chosen by the true martial sword, and even though he had taken the wrong path, Master Zongqing hadn't given up and wanted to bring him back by all means possible. Master, Lin Yuan glanced at Master Zongqing and shook his head. I still feel that embracing both Taiyin and Taiyang is not a dead end. If the master forces me to choose, I fear I will lose interest in the cultivation to come. Lin Yuan outright refused Master Zongqing's offer. Mainly because if Master Zongqing were to temper his body, Lin Yuan's secrets would undoubtedly be exposed. Furthermore, Lin Yuan didn't believe that cultivating both Taiyin and Taiyang at present was a mistake. Each moment of insight from against heaven's understanding reinforced Lin Yuan's belief that this was a path surpassing all previous celestial masters. However, this was something Lin Yuan could not disclose to Master Zongqing. Very well. This is your choice. Just don't come to regret it in the future. Master Zongqing shook his head. As much as it pained him, he had no choice but to let Lin Yuan go. Cultivation is an extremely personal matter, especially since Lin Yuan had the recognition of the true martial sword. He couldn't force Lin Yuan to do anything. Shortly after, Master Zongqing and the other three-peak celestial phenomenon realm experts left the true martial Daozong. Lin Yuan returned to the front of the celestial master's stone wall and began to ponder. He wasn't frightened by Master Zongqing's words, since this was merely his consciousness incarnation. Even if he did meet his demise by exploding due to cultivating both Taiyin and Taiyang, it wouldn't harm his main body in the main world. In simple terms, Lin Yuan had countless chances to start over again. Moreover, Lin Yuan didn't believe he would follow in the footsteps of the third-generation celestial master. The third-generation celestial master forcefully introduced the power of Taiyin as a celestial master, trying to merge it with the power of Taiyang within his body. But the power of Taiyang he cultivated for nearly 100 years was strong. To recklessly introduce a completely unrooted power of Taiyin would lead to an imbalance of yin and yang, and it would be a surprise if his body didn't explode. Chapter 38. What the ancients dared not do, the later generations cannot achieve. Brother Shanfeng, are you all right? As Lin Yuan was gathering his thoughts, Qingping, the little Daoist boy, cautiously approached him. The other 3 little Daoist boys stood not far away, not daring to come over. "I'm fine." Lin Yuan shook his head. Compared to the deceit and intrigue of the outside world, Dragon Tiger Mountain was much purer. The 4 little Daoist boys inside the true martial Dao Zong usually got along well with Lin Yuan. Now that Lin Yuan was being reprimanded by Master Tsong Qing, not one of them ridiculed him. Instead, they all showed concern. Even Master Tsong Qing himself, upon discovering Lin Yuan's stray into the wrong path, did not give up on him right away but considered using the body refining method to pull him back, even if this method was irreversible and harmful to Master Tsong Qing himself. It must be the mansion master who got it wrong. When I try to comprehend either Taiyin Pole Extreme or Taiyang Pole Extreme, I find them so difficult. Brother Shanfeng comprehended both at once. "That must be truly amazing," Qingping murmured softly. He wasn't lying. After barely entering the door of Taiyang Pole Extreme, Qingping tried to comprehend Taiyin Pole Extreme. He found the difficulty soared. Initially, when he had not entered either path, he could barely sense the power of Taiyin and the power of Taiyang using fire and ice beads. Once he entered Taiyang Pole Extreme, he couldn't feel the power of Taiyin at all. Not being able to feel the power of Taiyin, let alone comprehend Taiyin Pole Extreme. Therefore, cultivating both Taiyin Pole Extreme and Taiyang Pole Extreme was seen by Qingping as an incredibly formidable task. "Is that so?" Lin Yuan smiled faintly. After chatting with the little Daoist boys for a few moments, Lin Yuan once again immersed himself in cultivation. To be precise, with his against heaven's understanding, Lin Yuan had new insights and bursts of spiritual light every moment. Especially after observing the insights of past celestial masters on the stone walls. The celestial masters of the Celestial Master Mansion, while they did not cultivate the dual path of yin and yang like Lin Yuan, the insights of each master in their respective paths often resonated with Lin Yuan. Marvelous! The power of Taiyang can be used this way too. Lin Yuan sat in front of the stone wall of the first-generation Celestial Master, his eyes shining. After such a long time studying the stone walls, Lin Yuan categorized the past celestial masters of the Celestial Master Mansion into 3 levels in his mind. The first level was the first-generation Celestial Master. Without a doubt, the strength of the first-generation Celestial Master was the strongest among all the masters, leading the way like a sheer cliff. Especially in the path of Taiyang Pole Extreme, the first-generation Celestial Master could be said to have explored very deeply. Following the first-generation Celestial Master were the second-generation Master, the third-generation Master, the 15th-generation Master, and the 28th-generation Master. These 4 masters, although not as strong as the first, were clearly superior to the rest of the masters. In their respective paths of Taiyin Pole Extreme and Taiyang Pole Extreme, each had considerable achievements. As for the remaining masters, compared to the first 2 tiers, they seemed somewhat ordinary. However, even the weakest master had strength far beyond that of the celestial phenomena realm, capable of dominating the world. My path should not be limited by the achievements of past celestial masters. I intend to surpass all of them. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged, his heart exceedingly resolute. Just then, Lin Yuan's heart stirred, and he looked towards the entrance. Before long, a real person of the Celestial Master Mansion walked in briskly. "Disciple Zhang, someone is looking for you." Even though Master Tsong Qing had given up on Lin Yuan or held him in low regard, Lin Yuan's status in the Celestial Master Mansion was still supreme. As a disciple recognized by the true martial sword, once he became a Celestial Master, he would be able to command the entire Celestial Master Mansion. Even if he didn't become the master, no one could give him orders, including the current mansion master. "Uncle Chongqing?" Lin Yuan walked out of the Daozong and saw the figure of Daoist Chongqing. Lin Yuan had great respect for Daoist Chongqing. After all, without him, Lin Yuan certainly wouldn't have survived, whether from freezing or starvation. Against heaven's understanding allowed Lin Yuan to continuously break through his limits and comprehend various secret techniques, but it had its limits. As an infant, without food, even if he truly hibernated, he wouldn't last long. And Daoist Chongqing had a good relationship with Lin Yuan's father. Although he did not arrive in time back then, he had been very kind to Lin Yuan over the years. "Ah, Shan Feng, I've heard that you've rather upset the mansion master?" Daoist Changqing looked at Lin Yuan with a gratified expression and casually said, "I indeed failed to meet the mansion master's expectations," Lin Yuan replied with a nod. Master Changqing's expectation for Lin Yuan was for him to become a celestial master, but Lin Yuan's own goal was to transcend celestial mastership. Ha 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 ha. The mansion master usually keeps his emotions well hidden. To see you've irritated him like that, it's quite interesting. Daoist Changqing laughed. Immediately after, Daoist Changqing's expression became serious. "Shan Feng, do you know why I came here today?" "Did the mansion master send you to persuade me?" Lin Yuan guessed. "Indeed," Daoist Changqing nodded. "The mansion master sent me to persuade you, hoping you would consent to the body refining and then walk the path of a celestial master like all past masters. But now it seems I don't need to persuade you. As long as you're happy, that's all that matters. You don't need to worry too much about being a celestial master or not." Changqing went on, but then he seemed to remember something and fell into a trance. "Years ago, when I was on good terms with your father and your mother was pregnant, I wrote to your father to ask what he hoped his son would achieve one day." Changqing said softly, "I assumed your father would say that he wanted his son to become a world-renowned hero or, at the very least, to inherit the Zhang family fort. But your father only hoped that you could live a happy life. In this life, we can either live happily or under constant pressure. The celestial masters of the Celestial Master Mansion have been invincible throughout the generations, but what is the difference now that they are dead and gone? What's the point of a legacy when a person is dead?" Changqing finally sighed and said, "I only hope that you won't regret the path you choose in the future." Changqing's words took Lin Yuan aback. He had originally thought Changqing would be Master Changqing's lobbyist. Instead, the other party spoke from his perspective. After Changqing left, Lin Yuan once more plunged into his cultivation and sudden enlightenment. There were the insights and realizations left on the stone walls by generations of celestial masters. With his against heaven's understanding to deduce, Lin Yuan's cultivation speed was much faster. According to Lin Yuan's estimate, in at most 10 years, he would be able to elevate both Taiyin Pole Extreme and Taiyang Pole Extreme beyond the level of the celestial phenomena realm. On this day, Lin Yuan was cultivating. A Taoist in a disheveled Daoist robe appeared silently behind him. "Pingyang." Lin Yuan's face showed a look of surprise, and he immediately greeted him. Compared with Master Changqing, Lin Yuan was much more familiar with Taoist Pingyang. Before the venture into the Sword Tomb, Taoist Pingyang often chatted jovially with the Daoists from the Mountainside Daoist Institute, without any hint of the bearings of someone from the celestial phenomena realm. Impressive. To cultivate both Taiyin Pole Extreme and Taiyang Pole Extreme simultaneously is something that no generation of celestial master has ever achieved. Master Pingyang nodded slightly, expressing his admiration. Out of the 36 celestial masters of the Celestial Master Mansion, only the third-generation celestial master ever thought about cultivating both paths of yin and yang simultaneously. However, the third-generation celestial master only tried to incorporate the power of Taiyin after becoming a celestial master. And the result was not very successful. Lin Yuan had not yet become a celestial master, but he was already pondering over this matter and even putting it into practice, truly deserving of the true martial Dao Zhang's recognition. "Thank you for the compliment, Uncle Master." Lin Yuan maintained a calm expression. "However, have you thought about the road ahead? Cultivating both Taiyin Pole Extreme and Taiyang Pole Extreme might allow you to reach the celestial phenomena realm. But if you want to step into the celestial master level and surpass the celestial phenomena realm, you will need to transform your own primordial qi. Considering you tend to both yin and yang, once the transformation begins, the yin-yang power will repel each other, and you know what the consequences will be," Master Pingyang reminded. "The consequences would be the third-generation celestial master. He perished in a blown-up body. Uncle Master, regarding this matter, I have given it some thought. The reason why the yin-yang power repels during the transformation of the primordial qi is that they are not unified. If I can integrate the yin-yang power into a new force before that and break through the celestial phenomena realm once more, Lin Yuan revealed his own thoughts. This was also the path he had deduced after many days through his against heaven's understanding. Integrate the yin-yang power? You mean to merge Tai-yin pole extreme with Tai-yang pole extreme? Are you crazy? Two fundamentally opposite forces that can't even be practiced simultaneously, and you want to merge them? Taoist Pingyang swallowed hard, truly frightened by Lin Yuan's idea. That would be like trying to merge fire with water. Ultimately, either the fire would be extinguished and water partly vaporized, or the water completely vaporized with the fire severely weakened. The more likely outcome would be both fire and water collapsing simultaneously, with no other possibility. You've really gone mad. Merging Tai-yin pole extreme with Tai-yang pole extreme is utter nonsense. Since ancient times, no one has dared to do such a thing. Even the first-generation celestial master couldn't do it. For generations to come, it would be impossible for anyone to conceive of this. Taoist Pingyang muttered to himself, looking at Lin Yuan with disbelief. With two extreme forces harmonized through the human body, there might be a slim chance to practice both, but to merge? That would be courting death. The ancients didn't dare to do it, and modern people couldn't achieve it either. Master Pingyang opened his mouth, wanting to say something else, but in the end he swallowed his words. He could see that Lin Yuan was resolute, truly intent on merging the dual path of yin and yang. Master Pingyang sighed and turned to leave. Lin Yuan watched Master Pingyang's retreating figure. Then he stepped out of the Daozong and came outside, looking down from above, overseeing the mountain below. The ancients dared not, the modern cannot. Lin Yuan lifted his head slightly, with the power of Tai-yin and power of Tai-yang interlacing and clashing in his eyes. I will do it. Chapter 39 The Situation of the World 8 years later. Atop Dragon Tiger Mountain, Lin Yuan sat cross-legged on a massive boulder. Wish wish. The pitter-patter of raindrops fell from the sky, evaporating into thin air several yards from Lin Yuan's body. Lin Yuan opened his eyes, looking down at the drifting sea of clouds in the early morning. Tai-yin pole extreme and Tai-yang pole extreme may seem like two entirely different paths, but their essence is part of the vast universe. Tai-yin can be transformed into Tai-yang, and Tai-yang can be transformed into Tai-yin. Deep within Lin Yuan's Qi Si Dan Tian, the power of Tai-yin and the power of Tai-yang merged into a duo of black and white, constantly colliding, dissipating, and then rebirthing in an endless cycle. Over these 8 years, Lin Yuan had immersed himself almost entirely in comprehending the Tai-yin pole extreme and the Tai-yang pole extreme. He hadn't even progressed half a step in his cultivation realm. He was still in the early stage of the celestial phenomenon realm. For Lin Yuan, having mastered the Tai-yin pole extreme and the Tai-yang pole extreme, there was no difference between the early stage and peak of the celestial phenomenon realm. This true martial sword. With a slight thought from Lin Yuan, the true martial sword floated in front of him. The more he comprehended, the more Lin Yuan realized the terrifying nature of the true martial sword. It condensed the essence of both the power of Tai-yin and the power of Tai-yang into a single sword for future generations to comprehend, which was an inconceivable level of control. Without this true martial sword, Lin Yuan's progress in comprehension over the years might have been slower. Mastering the Tai-yin pole extreme and the Tai-yang pole extreme is not difficult, but to fuse them together is indeed as hard as reaching the heavens. For the ordinary, it means certain death upon contact. Lin Yuan thought to himself. No wonder Master Tsang Qing and other celestial phenomena realm masters considered it a dead end. Even for someone as strong as the celestial master, to dare such a feat was to court death, as shown by the case of the third-generation celestial master. As one of the 36 powerful celestial masters in the Celestial Master Mansion, ranked second tier, did the third-generation celestial master not know the consequences of forcibly invoking the power of Tai-yin? I am different from the third-generation celestial master. The third-generation celestial master decided to pursue a path that balanced yin and yang after becoming a celestial master. But by that time, his foundation was already set. I am different. I have not yet stepped into the role of celestial master, and by balancing yin and yang, fusing them, it is entirely possible. Lin Yuan silently thought to himself. Of course, the entirely possible here refers to Lin Yuan, who possesses against heaven's understanding. For anyone else, even if they still had exceptional talents and were recognized by the true martial sword, to balance and fuse yin and yang would remain an elusive hope. Firstly, one must consider how to initiate into the other after starting with either the Tai-yin pole extreme or the Tai-yang pole extreme. Secondly, while balancing both the Tai-yin and Tai-yang pole extremes, how to fuse the two. In the process, any slight mistake could result in a fatal explosion. Lin Yuan, with his against heaven's understanding, could grasp a thread of survival in any situation that was not destined to be fatal. The terrifying aspect of against heaven's understanding is the ability to comprehend the most beneficial methods for oneself, no matter what the circumstances. Just like 18 years ago, when Lin Yuan was still an infant on the brink of being discovered by beasts, he comprehended a technique to conceal his presence. On the verge of starvation, he comprehended a hibernation breathing technique. These two secret techniques didn't require any internal energy or qi, they were completely based on the circumstances Lin Yuan found himself in at the time. During the fusion of yin and yang, Lin Yuan faced countless crises, but each was overcome by the relevant secret techniques comprehended through against heaven's understanding. Just a bit more. Just a bit more, and with the power of Tai-yin and Tai-yang, I can break through the celestial phenomenon realm. Lin Yuan felt the continuous collision and intertwining of Tai-yin and Tai-yang within the depths of his Qi-Si Dantian, anticipation hidden in his heart. According to his prediction, breaking through the celestial phenomenon realm with the powers of Tai-yin and Tai-yang would make him far more formidable than any of the celestial master mansion's past celestial masters. How could the individual powers of Tai-yin and Tai-yang compare to the combined force after merging? After scrutinizing himself, Lin Yuan's gaze inadvertently shifted beyond Dragon Tiger Mountain. These years, things have not been peaceful outside. In fact, ever since the myriad demons sect rose again more than 20 years ago, there has been little peace under the heavens. However, with the suppression of righteous forces such as the Celestial Master Mansion, the myriad demons sect dared not be too reckless. Nevertheless, 5 years ago, a message suddenly spread from the myriad demons sect. The sect leader of the myriad demons sect had obtained the heritage of the primordial demon gate. The primordial demon gate was an incredibly ancient force that, in theory, had long since perished in the annals of history. Ever since the establishment of the Celestial Master Mansion 6,800 years ago, the successive Celestial Masters of the Celestial Master Mansion had always been synonymous with invincibility. But invincible did not mean no one else could come close. 6,800 years ago, the first-generation Celestial Master emerged, brandishing the true martial sword. That era belonged to the first-generation Celestial Master. However, it was in that same era that another mighty figure was born. That was the Primordial Demon Lord. Although the Primordial Demon Lord could not defeat the first-generation Celestial Master, the first-generation Celestial Master was also unable to kill him completely. And so, amidst their ongoing stalemate, they each established the lineage of Mount Longhu Celestial Master's Mansion and the Primordial Demon Gate. In the end, the first-generation Celestial Master sacrificed his life in a battle and finally killed the Primordial Demon Lord. But even though the Primordial Demon Lord died, the Primordial Demon Gate continued to exist. In the following hundreds of years, under the joint siege of the second and third generation Celestial Masters, the Primordial Demon Gate was finally utterly annihilated. In the ensuing thousands of years, the Primordial Demon Gate disappeared from sight and was never heard from again. The Celestial Master Mansion has not had a new Celestial Master for too long, a full 500 years. Without a new Celestial Master to deter them, demonic forces have developed rapidly, which is why we have the myriad demons sect today. According to the custom of successive Celestial Masters, the first thing each Celestial Master did after assuming the title was to descend the mountain to purge the demons, suppressing the demonic Tao. Now, with 500 years without a new Celestial Master, even though righteous forces like the Celestial Master Mansion still hold an advantage. It is undoubtedly giving the demonic Tao plenty of time to grow. Compared to the righteous Tao, demonic methods are easy to master quickly, and one can even rapidly improve by absorbing human essence and blood. This is also the reason why Zhang family fort was slaughtered. Apart from the fact that Zhang family fort possessed a large amount of wealth, it was also because of the sufficiently large population and even the presence of strong individuals. And these, in the eyes of demonic practitioners, were no different from delicacies. Regardless of whether the myriad demons sect really obtained the primordial demon gate's heritage, the moment this news broke out, the reputation of the demonic path would certainly soar. Lin Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly. Speaking of which, he had his own grudge against the myriad demons sect. 18 years ago, when Lin Yuan was just born, the entire Zhang family fort was annihilated by the 8 helmsmen of the myriad demons sect. Lin Yuan's biological parents died on that day. Shan Feng. Shan Feng. Just then a calling voice came. A young Daoist came running over. I knew Shan Feng would be here. Upon seeing Lin Yuan, the young Daoist cracked a smile. It's Qingping. Lin Yuan turned around for a look. The young Daoist who had come up to him was none other than Qingping, the junior apprentice from those years past. 8 years had passed, and Qingping had grown up a lot. Moreover, due to his cultivation, he was almost no different from an ordinary adult male. Chapter 40 Heartache. Over the years, Lin Yuan kept to himself. Yet, he got along quite well with Qingping. Mainly because Qingping would often come over for small talk with Lin Yuan whether there was something to discuss or not. By the way, he would also mention various news from Dragon Tiger Mountain. Besides Qingping, Changqing visited Lin Yuan from time to time. For Changqing, Lin Yuan was no different from his own offspring. No matter whether Lin Yuan became a celestial master or not, Changqing's attitude wouldn't change. In Changqing's heart, there was always a sense of guilt towards Lin Yuan. If only he could have arrived in time back then, Zhang family fort might not have met such a fate. And Lin Yuan wouldn't have had to live a hard life on Dragon Tiger Mountain ever since he was a child. A few days ago, the sect leader ordered the 4 of us to descend the mountain for trials one by one, Qingping said casually. The 4 he mentioned naturally referred to the 4 Daoist children who were chosen by the Celestial Master to inherit swords during the trip to the Sword Tomb. Although they couldn't compare to someone like Lin Yuan who was chosen by the true martial sword, they were still the hope of the Celestial Master Mansion. As for why they descended the mountain one by one, it was to prevent extreme incidents. Like the situation where all 4 might die at the same time. If, with Lin Yuan being a Celestial Master seed that took a detour, the 4 Celestial Phenomena Realm seeds were to die, Dragon Tiger Mountain would not recover for at least 50 years. Descend the mountain? Lin Yuan was somewhat curious. Having arrived in this world with his consciousness 18 years ago, Lin Yuan had only spent 1 day outside. The rest of the time, he had stayed on Dragon Tiger Mountain. Brother Shanfeng, as a Celestial Master seed, you're different from us. You cannot leave the mountain, Qingping said, immediately feeling somewhat nervous. Now he was no longer the ignorant little Daoist boy. He understood the importance of a Celestial Master seed to the Celestial Master Mansion. Only disciples recognized by the true martial sword could become Celestial Master seeds of the Celestial Master Mansion. And each Celestial Master seed was never without the true martial sword. If Lin Yuan were to leave the mountain, it would mean that the true martial sword would have to leave as well. If something unexpected happened and the true martial sword were lost, it would be an unprecedented blow to the Celestial Master Mansion. The current sect leader of the Celestial Master Mansion might spit blood on the spot from anger. A Celestial Master seed like Lin Yuan taking a detour was indeed a serious matter, but it could not shake the foundation of the Celestial Master Mansion. At worst, when Lin Yuan died of old age, the true martial sword would return to the Sword Tomb, and the Celestial Master Mansion would still have the chance to give birth to another Celestial Master. But if the true martial sword was lost, that would truly be an irreversible catastrophe. Qingping could fully predict that if he caused Lin Yuan to sneak out, the sect leader, Master Congqing, might even consider flaying him alive. Just kidding. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. He was not really an 18-year-old youth. In fact, considering all the time he had spent, Lin Yuan was probably over 50 years old. Moreover, with his against heaven's understanding, he did not need what was known as trials outside the mountain. For Lin Yuan, Dragon Tiger Mountain was the best place. There was food, drink, and unparalleled safety. Why would he even think about leaving? That's good. Qingping let out a huge sigh of relief. By the way, Brother Shanfeng, my recent cultivation has felt rather strange. After chatting for a while, Qingping broached the subject of cultivation. Lin Yuan casually asked a few questions and soon understood the cause. You're wrong. Your state of mind is wrong. You're following the path of Taiyang Wuji. Taiyang Wuji is the utmost rigid and yang. Out of the 36 past celestial masters of our mansion, the majority followed the path of Taiyang Wuji, including the strongest first-generation celestial master. What is Taiyang Wuji? It is the utmost rigid and yang, unyielding and unstoppable. Recently your mindset hesitates, looking forwards and backwards. Continuing to cultivate Taiyang Wuji, naturally you feel that everything is strange. Lin Yuan pointed out the problem directly and spoke slowly. It's not to say that those who follow the path of Taiyang Wuji are all rash, but that kind of indomitable spirit and decisive character is required. So that's how it is, Qingping suddenly understood. Indeed, he had been quite stirred by the thought of descending the mountain for trials, wanting both to see the outside world and fearing potential dangers. Now, after Lin Yuan's reminder, his state of mind started to clarify. Qingping only felt the qi within his body flowing smoothly, and a hot current surged through his limbs and bones. 9th grade. After a short while, Qingping opened his eyes, his expression excited. Taking advantage of Lin Yuan's comment, he had managed to break through from 4th grade directly to 3rd grade. It must be known that in this world, cultivation levels are divided into 9 grades. The 9th grade is the lowest, while the 1st grade is the highest. Being at the 3rd grade, he was already among the upper echelons, even when considered amongst the powerhouses of Dragon Tiger Mountain. Many thanks to Brother Shanfeng for the guidance. Qingping bowed deeply to Lin Yuan. He was aware that without Lin Yuan's words, not to mention breaking through to the 3rd grade, he might have regressed if he continued as he was. No trouble at all. Lin Yuan waved his hand, unconcerned. At his current level, giving pointers to a cultivator who hadn't even reached the celestial phenomena realm was too simple. True martial hall. Master Tsongqing rubbed his brows, his expression revealing a hint of fatigue. The myriad demons sect was constantly causing trouble outside, and the key issue was that the celestial master mansion couldn't do anything about it, only able to join forces with other orthodox powers to suppress it as best they could. Moreover, the sect leader of the myriad demons sect had obtained the heritage of the primordial demon gate, which greatly boosted the morale of the demonic Tao forces. This resulted in a series of encounters between orthodox and demonic Tao forces, all ending with the orthodox forces being defeated. The multitude of pressures was indeed making it hard for Master Tsongqing to catch his breath. It seems that the sect leader of the myriad demons sect truly is a remnant of the primordial demon gate. The previous generation celestial master had discovered traces of the primordial demon gate while traveling the world but was unable to find the source. At the time, we thought it was a coincidence, but now it seems that the remnants of the primordial demon gate were already there at that time. Over the years, the myriad demons sect has been secretly supported by the remnants of the primordial demon gate. The hefty master beside him spoke up. As Dragon Tiger Mountain was the ancestral home of the Tao, and the celestial master mansion the foremost authority under heaven, their intelligence capabilities were naturally not bad, quickly figuring out the details of the myriad demons sect. It's too late to discuss this now. Master Tsongqing shook his head. Right now, the most important thing was how to continue suppressing the myriad demons sect. At that moment, a figure ran in from the outside. It was Qingping. Master, I have reached the 3rd grade. Qingping's tone was light-hearted as he shared the good news. As a celestial seed of the celestial master mansion, Qingping and the 3 other Daoist children were always directly taught by Master Tsongqing. Whenever any of them made a breakthrough in cultivation, They had to inform Master Song Qing at once. 3rd grade? So soon? Upon hearing this, Master Song Qing slightly furrowed his brows. It wasn't that he didn't wish for Qingping to break through, but he was worried that Qingping had used some rapid, but unsafe method. According to the cultivation speed of disciples from past generations who received the Celestial Master's sword, reaching the upper 3rd grade took at least 15 to 20 years. But since Qingping started his cultivation, it hadn't even been 10 years. His rate of cultivation was clearly abnormal. The foundation is solid, I see no problems. The hefty master stepped forward, carefully examined Qingping for a while, and concluded. Hearing this, Master Song Qing's brows finally relaxed. Qingping, what's with your rate of cultivation? Master Song Qing was still somewhat astonished. Master, it's because Shanfeng gave me pointers that I was able to break through so quickly, Qingping honestly explained. Before this, although Qingping often received guidance from Lin Yuan, his speed of cultivation was only somewhat faster compared to the other 3 Daoist children. It was still within normal limits. So Master Song Qing did not question it, thinking that Qingping was just very diligent. But this time, jumping from the 4th to the 3rd grade normally requires 5 to 8 years. Qingping's effortless advancement naturally caught Master Song Qing's attention. Shanfeng gave you pointers? Master Song Qing's tone was somewhat astounded. A few casual pointers were enough to enable Qingping to step into the 3rd grade, which meant that his strength must far surpass the 3rd grade. Even most cultivators in the celestial phenomena realm might not be capable of achieving this. Yes, Shanfeng has been guiding me over the years. He's really powerful. Every word he says enlightens me, and then my strength improves, Qingping said. These words were like thunderclaps in the ears of Master Song Qing and the other powerful celestial phenomena realm masters. Every word spoken brings enlightenment, and then strength improves. Although these sentences might seem trivial, to someone like Master Song Qing, who was a powerful being, he realized something was amiss. Anyone capable of such feats must have an extremely profound understanding of the essence of cultivation and the nature of power. And this was coming from Lin Yuan, whom Master Song Qing had completely given up on. I also feel that Shanfeng is very strong. When I see Shanfeng, it's like seeing Master. Qingping, seeing Master Song Qing silent, gathered his courage to speak. Upon hearing this, the surrounding area fell quiet once again. Like Master Song Qing? Isn't Master Song Qing a celestial phenomena realm powerhouse? Could it be that Lin Yuan was also at the celestial phenomena realm? To step into the celestial phenomena realm before the age of 20 was unheard of among past celestial masters. Could it be that Shanfeng is truly an unprecedented prodigy? Murmured the hefty master, his expression one of shock. A prodigy? Master Song Qing lapsed into silence. Then a look of bitterness crossed his face. If what Qingping said was true, then Lin Yuan was indeed a prodigy. A prodigy beyond all their imaginings. But in the end, no matter how talented, cultivating both Taiyin Wuji and Taiyang Wuji meant his limit was the celestial phenomena realm. He could never reach the heights of past celestial masters. Because the powers of Taiyin and Taiyang within him would explode at the moment he became a celestial master. So young, yet with such an understanding of the nature of power, our celestial master mansion. The lofty master paused halfway through his sentence, stopping short. A deeply painful thought surged in his heart. Such a prodigy. Why did he have to go astray? Chapter 41 Awake to Enlightenment. Asleep to enlightenment. Time flowed like water. In the blink of an eye, another year had passed. Lin Yuan's life had hardly changed. He was either comprehending the wisdom left by the previous heavenly masters within the true martial Dao Zong, or he was climbing to the top of Dragon Tiger Mountain to watch the Sea of Clouds. Apart from occasionally communicating with Qingping, he hardly spoke a word. When Master Song Qing learned that Qingping had stepped into the upper 3rd realm thanks to Lin Yuan's guidance, he wanted to converse with Lin Yuan, but was quickly preoccupied by the disturbances of the outside world. The Myriad Demons sect was ready for a decisive battle. The sect leader of Wan Mo Men, accompanied by 9 vice sect leaders, 43 protectors, 126 helmsmen, and thousands from the demon crowd marched imposingly, intending to ascend Dragon Tiger Mountain. Dragon Tiger Mountain is the ancestral land of the Tao, and the Celestial Master Mansion is the foremost authority in the world. The unbeatable heavenly masters of past generations all emerged from here. If they could flatten Dragon Tiger Mountain and destroy the Celestial Master Mansion, who else in the world could stop the myriad demon sect? True Martial Hall. The atmosphere was heavy. Under Master Xianxia's lead, numerous experts of the celestial phenomena realm gathered. These celestial phenomena realm masters, mostly from other powers across the land, had come in response to the summoning of the Celestial Master Mansion. They all understood the principle of interdependence. If the Celestial Master Mansion really fell to the myriad demon sect, then the next ones to be eradicated would be the other righteous forces. In peaceful times, the forces of righteousness had slain countless demons. Should the myriad demons sect gain the upper hand, their fate would not be much better than that of the Celestial Master Mansion. The 9 vice sect leaders of the myriad demons sect are all at the Celestial Phenomena realm, and the 43 protectors are even at the upper 3rd realm. They won't be easy to deal with. A Celestial Phenomena realm expert of middle-aged lattice appearance spoke slowly. Other Celestial Phenomena realm powerhouses present nodded slightly at her words. Together, these Celestial Phenomena realm experts numbered 11, surpassing the myriad demons sect by 2. But the demonic sect's Celestial Phenomena realm fighters were not easy to tackle, as demonic arts naturally excelled in slaughter. Even if 2 righteous Celestial Phenomena realm experts teamed up against a demonic Tao Celestial Phenomena realm fighter, they might still be traded for 1 life in a desperate struggle. None of these matter. At this moment, Master Xianxia, the leader of the Celestial Master Mansion, spoke. In terms of combat power, the Celestial Master Mansion's Celestial Phenomena Realm Masters who followed the path of Taiyin Pole Extreme or Taiyang Pole Extreme were clearly stronger than their demonic sect counterparts. This had been verified through numerous past encounters. Master Xianxia had taken action thrice, easily repelling several vice sect leaders of the myriad demon sect. Even one Mo Men's sect leader chose to retreat when facing Master Xianxia. However, under such circumstances, the myriad demons sect still dared to initiate a decisive battle, aiming to strike at Dragon Tiger Mountain. This gave Master Xianxia an ominous premonition. 2 possibilities. One was that one Mo Men had gone mad and decided to battle to the death. The second was that one Mo Men had enough confidence, believing they could level Dragon Tiger Mountain. Master Xianxia thought the former unlikely, as he knew from numerous encounters that the sect leader of one Mo Men was very composed and would not engage in sure-lost battles. This was also why the sect leader of one Mo Men did not even engage with Master Xianxia and chose to withdraw. To outsiders, it may seem like one Mo Men's leader was afraid, but Master Xianxia did not think so. The retreat of one Mo Men's leader was simply an unwillingness to waste time. One day, Qingping rushed to the top of Dragon Tiger Mountain in a fluster. "Brother Shanfeng, something terrible has happened, Uncle Changqi." Qingping's face was ashen as he cautiously looked at Lin Yuan. "Uncle Changqi, what happened to Uncle Changqi?" Lin Yuan opened his eyes and turned his head towards Qingping. Changqi was ambushed while chasing a demon, and by the time we got there, he had already suffered severe injuries and was unconscious. The leader and the others have seen him. They say the demonic qi has entered his lungs and it's very difficult for him to regain consciousness. Qingping explained the situation all in one breath. "Take me to see him," Lin Yuan said directly. No matter what, if it were not for Changqi, he wouldn't be alive today. Although for Lin Yuan, death was not an end, it was merely a waste of a chance to traverse again. Inside the Dao Institute, Lin Yuan looked at the unconscious Changqi. Qingping stood beside him, his face showing a hint of grief. Changqi was well-liked within the Celestial Master Mansion, and Qingping had received countless assists from him. In Qingping's heart, Changqi was more like an elder, not just an uncle master. "It's nothing serious." After a thorough inspection, Lin Yuan concluded. Changqi had fought with a demon who had infused him with demonic qi. This caused him to fall into a coma, unable to awaken. Such an infusion was difficult for outsiders to interfere with, even those at the celestial phenomenon realm peak could do little. But for Lin Yuan, who was about to break through to the celestial phenomena realm using the power of Tai Yin and Tai Yang as the foundation, solving this issue of demonic qi infusion was merely a trivial effort. Take good care of Uncle Changqing. I will come back to save him in some time, Lin Yuan instructed Qingping. Now, Lin Yuan was only a step away from completely merging Tai Yin and Tai Yang. With every moment of comprehension afforded by his against heaven's understanding, he was moving closer to the level of a heavenly master. Okay. Qingping was momentarily stunned before responding. The matter of Changqing's coma did not affect Lin Yuan. He remained immersed in enlightenment at all times. With the help of his against heaven's understanding, Lin Yuan was in enlightenment while awake, and even as he slept. Your understanding is against heaven, and your comprehension of the Tao of Yin and Yang deepens. Your understanding is against heaven, and your comprehension of the Tao of Yin and Yang deepens. Your understanding is against heaven, and your comprehension of the Tao of Yin and Yang deepens. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged on a massive rock, his mind devoid of distractions, continuing to ponder over the power of Yin and Yang. It had to be said, the power of Yin and Yang was definitely the highest level of force Lin Yuan had ever encountered. Mere comprehension of this power had already taken Lin Yuan nearly a decade, and that was with the help of his against heaven's understanding. Naturally, compared to other powerhouses of this world, even compared to past generations of heavenly masters, Lin Yuan's pace of comprehension and cultivation was simply unreasonable, indescribable even by any monstrous or perverted standard. Hundreds of miles away from Dragon Tiger Mountain, within a dimly lit grand hall, a tall man dressed in a black robe sat on the master's seat. This tall man had pitch-black eyes. A mere glance would cause ordinary people to spawn heart demons and all sorts of desires to emerge. Sect leader. To combat the celestial master mansion so soon, is it not? On the right below him, an old man with wrinkled skin tentatively asked. The foundations of the celestial master mansion were unfathomable. After all, they had produced 36 invincible heavenly masters. Moreover, other righteous forces would not sit idly by, and would surely provide their full support. Although Myriad Demon's sect was powerful, it was not suitable to confront the celestial master mansion head-on. A bunch of incompetents. If this sect leader did not have confidence, would I make such a decision? The Wan Mo Men's sect master snorted coldly from his seat. Instantly, the demon crowd below broke into a cold sweat. Even the 9 vice sect leaders, who had attained the celestial phenomena realm, felt chills down their spines. Their own people knew well that, given their potential, there was no chance for them to step into the celestial phenomena realm. It was the Wan Mo Men's sect leader who, through some unknown means, had forcibly elevated them to this realm. Even though they had sacrificed a significant price, at least 20 to 30 years of their lifespan, the 9 vice sect leaders did not regret it at all. This was the celestial phenomena realm, a level many dreamed of reaching, and no one would dislike the sensation of standing at the pinnacle of the world. I know what you are worried about. The Wan Mo Men's sect leader slowly stood up from his seat. But I have already stepped half into the celestial phenomena realm. As long as the celestial master mansion does not produce a heavenly master, with my strength, I am more than capable of sweeping through them, said the sect leader of Myriad Demon's sect, his eyes deep. Chapter 42. One step into the heavenly master, he had taken a half step beyond the celestial phenomena realm. The 9 vice sect leaders below were startled. It was true that transcending the limits of the celestial phenomena realm was not exclusive to the heavenly masters of the celestial master mansion. Besides the heavenly masters, there were still a very few other hereditary powers, capable of surpassing the celestial phenomena realm by a small or large half step. But those who achieved this degree were incredibly rare. Had their sect leader also reached this level? If I could fully absorb the heritage of the primordial demon gate, it wouldn't just be a half step. The Myriad Demon's sect leader glanced at the multitude of subordinates below, his mind involuntarily recalling everything he had experienced in the heritage site of the primordial demon gate. It was a great opportunity that he had acquired after surviving countless brushes with death. Furthermore, he could only enter once. Now he could no longer do so, not even able to confirm the corresponding location range. As time went by, the ultimate confrontation between the myriad demons sect and the righteous factions such as the Celestial Master Mansion grew increasingly imminent. Half a year later, at the foot of Dragon Tiger Mountain, the myriad demons sect gathered several thousand demon crowd. The Celestial Master Mansion, not to be outdone, had all their celestial phenomena realm experts emerge. They formed a standoff against the myriad demons sect. Haha. Master Xianxia, you wouldn't think that I retreated in the past because I was afraid of you, would you? The myriad demons sect leader was wantonly arrogant, with a terrifying aura of the demonic Tao sweeping across all directions. Opposite him, Master Xianxia remained calm, unaffected. Remnants of the primordial demon gate. Wasn't it enough that you were chased and killed by generations of heavenly masters from my celestial master mansion? Master Xianxia spoke indifferently. What of it? Your celestial master mansion hasn't produced a heavenly master in 500 years. In the end, this world will belong to my primordial demon gate. The myriad demons sect leader stopped pretending and let his aura become even more formidable. Upon hearing this, Master Xianxia sighed inwardly. If Lin Yuan hadn't taken the wrong path, it wasn't impossible for his celestial master mansion to produce another heavenly master. But in the current situation, it was of no use. Even a heavenly master needed time to grow. According to the cultivation speed of past generations' heavenly masters of the celestial master mansion, it would take at least 50 years to become a heavenly master. When the heavenly masters of the celestial master mansion descended from Dragon Tiger Mountain, most were already in their 60s or 70s. Even if everything went smoothly for Lin Yuan without any detours, it would still take 50 years for him to become a heavenly master. Today, Master Xianxia will witness my true strength. Seeing that Master Xianxia didn't respond, the myriad demons sect leader laughed heartily and simply raised his right hand, lightly pressing down. A terrifying presence crushed down from all around. Seeing this, Master Xianxia did not hesitate to draw the sword at his side. Hum! An extremely sharp sword chi burst forth, directly piercing the surrounding demonic chi, while slashing toward the myriad demons sect leader. The Celestial Master's sword? Not bad. With your strength, by wielding the Celestial Master's sword and invoking the residual Heavenly Master's power within it, you could indeed unleash a power close to mine. The myriad demons sect leader offered his comment. As the current sect leader of the Celestial Master Mansion, Master Xianxia was naturally cultivated as a celestial phenomena realm seed since his youth, and had entered the sword tomb, having been chosen by one of the Celestial Master's swords. The Celestial Master's sword, although far from being like the true martial sword that contains the substantial powers of the power of Taiyin and the power of Taiyang, was nurtured day and night by generations of heavenly masters, retaining some of the heavenly master's power. A celestial phenomena realm expert from the Celestial Master Mansion, following the same path and exerting full force, could completely activate the power deep within the Celestial Master's sword. What a pity! Even with the Celestial Master's sword, it's still an external object. Even if you can activate it, for how long can you maintain it? The myriad demons sect leader sneered. Even if every celestial phenomena realm individual in your Celestial Master Mansion held a Celestial Master's sword and joined forces to besiege me, at most you could suppress me, until your power is exhausted. The myriad demons sect leader's gaze turned cold. In fact, the celestial phenomena realm of the Celestial Master Mansion couldn't truly besiege the myriad demons sect leader with Master Xianxia, because they didn't have enough hands, which allowed the demonic sect's celestial phenomena realm experts to act without restraint. Die. The sect leader of myriad demons sect took a step forward, a horrifying and frenzied demonic chi enveloping him. This isn't good. Master Xianxia's complexion changed. At the peak of Dragon Tiger Mountain, the atmosphere here was the complete opposite of the heavy, ominous mood at the mountain's base. The morning sun rose, bringing with it a hint of warmth. Lin Yuan remained seated on the giant rock, indifferent to external matters. Shan Feng, Qingping had somehow made her way up without anyone noticing. The Celestial Master has instructed me to tell you, you must leave Dragon Tiger Mountain now through the secret passage. Qingping spoke rapidly. In the decisive battle against the Myriad Demon sect, Master Songqing was not fully confident. To ensure the survival of the Celestial Master Mansion's heritage, Lin Yuan, the disciple recognized by the true martial sword, must leave. This way, even in the most extreme case, the lineage of the Celestial Master Mansion would not be completely severed. As long as the true martial sword didn't fall into the hands of the Myriad Demon sect, the possibility of a new Celestial Master emerging in the future would remain. Even if it took hundreds or thousands of years, as long as a new Celestial Master emerged, he could still restore the heritage of the Celestial Master Mansion. Shan Feng. Seeing no response from Lin Yuan, Qingping called out a little louder. However, Lin Yuan, with his back to her, remained unresponsive as if he was lost in a trance with his eyes slightly closed. Shan Feng. Just as Qingping speculated whether Lin Yuan had fallen asleep and was about to go forward and nudge him, Lin Yuan, who had been sitting on the boulder, suddenly opened his eyes. Your insight is against the heavens. Meditating day and night on the Tao, you've comprehended the fusion of power of Taiyin and Taiyang, and significantly refined it, surpassing the celestial phenomena realm. Lin Yuan's eyes were clear. So that's how it is. Lin Yuan stood up, rising from the giant rock. At this moment, in his field of vision, all things in heaven and earth were divided into yin and yang, the two colors, merging into black and white, turning into the fish of yin and yang, intertwining and fusing continuously. Shan Feng. Qingping's gaze turned blank, and for some reason, she felt that Shan Feng seemed different from before. Hold on a moment. Lin Yuan smiled faintly and reached out to grasp at the void. A sword, unnoticed until now, appeared out of thin air, suspended above Lin Yuan's palm. Lin Yuan gently caressed the sword, speaking softly, "You go ahead first." The sword soared into the sky, heading towards the foot of Dragon Tiger Mountain. At the foot of Dragon Tiger Mountain, Master Songqing was clashing with the sect leader of the Myriad Demons sect. Suddenly, the sect leader of the Myriad Demons sect seemed to sense something, his expression changing dramatically as he retreated explosively. Ancient sword descended from the sky, its point embedding in the exact spot where the sect leader of the Myriad Demons sect had just been standing. The ancient sword was only 3 feet long, but it contained a vast Tao, overshadowing the sky as if it were as majestic as Dragon Tiger Mountain itself. One could vaguely make out the words "True Martial" engraved on its scabbard. The True Martial Sword. The sect leader of the Myriad Demons sect's expression grew serious as he looked up in the direction from which the ancient sword had come. That was from the peak of Dragon Tiger Mountain. At that moment, atop Dragon Tiger Mountain, Lin Yuan simply let out a long sigh, taking a light step forward. That one step traversed hundreds of yards, bringing him directly off Dragon Tiger Mountain. Above the peak of Dragon Tiger Mountain, clouds surged, all converging towards Lin Yuan's feet. Lin Yuan walked on the sea of clouds, step by step heading towards the base of the mountain. Qingping, stunned by the spectacle before her, seemed to recall something, her eyes reddening as she murmured softly, "Changqing, wake up and see, Shan Feng has taken a step into the Celestial Master Realm." Chapter 43 Invincible. Atop Dragon Tiger Mountain, clouds rolled and surged like a vast sea in the sky. A figure in a Daoist robe, crowned with a lotus tiara, slowly descended, using heaven and earth as steps, with the sea of clouds as a ladder. This scene, seen by all, whether from the righteous or the demonic Tao, filled everyone with trembling reverence, as if beholding a deity. The Heavenly Master, our Celestial Master Mansion's Heavenly Master. An elderly Taoist from Celestial Master Mansion, with tears streaming down his face, said with trembling lips, "Apart from the invincible Heavenly Masters, who else possesses such capability? To tread upon the clouds, to descend through the skies? None of the strongest beings of this world, not even those in the celestial phenomena realm or those who surpass it by half a step, Could achieve such a feat only a heavenly master who has mastered either Taiyin Pole Extreme or Taiyang Pole Extreme could have such means. The heavenly master? The heavenly master. The 183rd generation of disciples from Celestial Master Mansion greets the heavenly master. Greetings to the heavenly master. The numerous disciples of Celestial Master Mansion knelt with a thud, incessantly kowtowing. Disciples from other righteous forces also knelt down. The heavenly master of Celestial Master Mansion held special significance for Dragon Tiger Mountain and for all under heaven. When a heavenly master emerges, heads of all major righteous forces would personally come to pay their respects. The heavenly master. Pingyang Daoist gazed blankly, unlike the other disciples and the righteous forces. Insiders know their own affairs. Of this generation in Celestial Master Mansion, indeed there was a disciple recognized by the true martial sword. But that was not too long ago, not even 10 years have passed. Even with the potential to become a heavenly master, it would still take 40 to 50 years. Now, to become the heavenly master? The heavenly master. Master Tsongqing, the mansion sect leader, looked up towards the figure treading on the sea of clouds. As the distance closed, he saw the face more clearly. It was Zhang Shanfeng, the one he had abandoned. Could it be that I was mistaken, and that following both Taiyin Wuji Taiyang Wuji is also a path to reach the heavens, one also capable of entering the heavenly master's level? Master Tsongqing's thoughts were in turmoil, and it took him several breaths to calm down. No wonder he was so beside himself. Others only saw that a heavenly master had emerged from Celestial Master Mansion. They could not imagine which path this heavenly master had taken, one that was unprecedented among all generations, combining Taiyin Pole Extreme and Taiyang Pole Extreme, a path deemed impossible. If Lin Yuan had not become the heavenly master, that would be one thing. But if he had achieved the position of heavenly master with both Taiyin Wuji and Taiyang Wuji, then he would be the strongest heavenly master in Celestial Master Mansion's 6,800-year history, even surpassing the first-generation Celestial Master who founded the mansion. The path that balances both Taiyin Pole Extreme and Taiyang Pole Extreme is known to everyone as powerful, and Master Tsongqing was certainly aware of its strength. But knowing it is strong and achieving it are two different things. Everyone knows that mastering the great Tao of heaven and earth will turn them into divine beings, but how many can truly master it? The same goes for Taiyin Wuji and Taiyang Wuji. These two entirely opposite forces, if recklessly approached, could cause immediate bodily explosion. But now, Master Tsongqing's face showed disbelief, complexity, a bitter smile, excitement, and scare of a narrow escape. He nearly destroyed Lin Yuan, nearly destroyed the entire Celestial Master Mansion. If Lin Yuan had not held his convictions, not stubbornly followed both Taiyin and Taiyang, but had chosen one according to their requirements, he would have been just another ordinary heavenly master among the mansion's history, even possibly not achieving the heavenly master status until his 50s or 60s. By then, the entire Celestial Master Mansion could have been trampled by the myriad demon sect. Master Tsongqing took a deep breath. No matter what, after 500 years, another heavenly master had emerged from Celestial Master Mansion. And it was very likely that he was the strongest among all generations. As for the rest? What does it matter if Master Tsongqing couldn't recognize a treasure? Even if he had to die as an apology now, he would not hesitate in the slightest. Having seen the emergence of a heavenly master in Celestial Master Mansion before his death was enough. The heavenly master? Damn it! How could a heavenly master emerge at this time? Wan Mo Men's sect master felt a chill crawl over his scalp. In recent decades, while accruing power, he had also been covertly testing Celestial Master Mansion. Only after confirming that this generation of the mansion had not produced a heavenly master did he dare to gather the powers of the demonic Tao and plan for a decisive battle. When the demon crowd surrounded the mountain, Wan Mo Men's sect master was convinced that there was no heavenly master in Celestial Master Mansion. Otherwise, with the invincible power of the heavenly master, how could they have surrounded Dragon Tiger Mountain? But Wan Mo Men's sect master could never have anticipated that, at the last moment, a heavenly master would indeed emerge from Celestial Master Mansion. Given his insight, he could tell that this heavenly master had just broken through, otherwise even Master Chongqing would not have shown such a look of surprise and shock. Clouds descended beneath the sea of clouds. Lin Yuan landed on the ground, his eyes tranquil as he looked towards the myriad demons' sect master. The true martial sword, stuck in the ground, lifted off again, revolving around Lin Yuan before finally coming to a halt beside him. Heavenly Master! A shiver ran through the heart of Wang Men's sect master. Go! Without hesitation, Wang Men's sect master retreated explosively. Although he still had many trump cards, even the strongest one brought from the heritage site of the primordial demon gate. If he used these trump cards, Master Chongqing would have died long ago, and there wouldn't have been such a prolonged struggle. But Wang Men's sect master knew that in front of a true heavenly master, those trump cards would merely prolong the inevitable. At best, they would change dying from one palm strike of the heavenly master to dying from 2 or 3. A few more breaths of life, but the outcome would remain unchanged. Therefore, Wang Men's sect master naturally knew how to choose. In fact, upon the appearance of the true martial sword, Wang Men's sect leader had already faintly guessed it was related to a heavenly master. But his unwillingness made him wait until he saw Lin Yuan in person and confirmed he was truly a heavenly master before deciding to retreat. Russell. Wang Men's sect master's figure suddenly exploded, transforming into 6 demonic shadows, fleeing in all directions. This was a life-saving secret technique of the demonic Tao, and with Wang Men's sect master's power, suddenly using this technique, even a heavenly master might not be able to catch up. Besides, Lin Yuan had just achieved his breakthrough and was not highly proficient in the power of the heavenly master's level. Thinking of running away? Lin Yuan smiled faintly. Rise. With a mere thought from Lin Yuan, a vast circle with him at its center, spanning across hundreds and thousands of meters, formed. Within the circle, the powers of Taiyin Pole Extreme and Taiyang Pole Extreme permeated, turning into black and white, forming Yin fish and Yang fish, continuously merging, transforming, and colliding. Boom! Within the area, 5 out of the 6 demonic shadows silently shattered. Only the horrified myriad demons' sect master remained. No! What kind of technique is this? You're not a heavenly master. Wang Men's sect master struggled desperately, a glimmer of black demonic flame igniting between his brows, trying to resist something, but he disintegrated into dust within the waves of black and white. For decades, who had stirred countless upheavals in the world and led the demon sect in besieging Dragon Tiger Mountain, the myriad demons' sect master. The scene plunged into dead silence. On the side of Celestial Master Mansion, the powerhouses felt dizzy, as if they were in a dream. Although they had long guessed that the heavenly master would sweep through the myriad demon sect, seeing this scene unfold still stirred a whirlwind of emotions in their hearts. The myriad demons' sect master, who had exerted immense pressure on them, seemed like an ant by the roadside in front of the heavenly master, easily crushed to death with a single step. Compared to the myriad thoughts on the side of the righteous, on the demonic sect's side, emotions were simple and pure. Fear, dread, anxiety, and trembling engulfed the hearts of every demon leader. Run! Another heavenly master has emerged from the Celestial Master Mansion. What are you waiting for? The sect master is dead. Everyone run, or die just the same. The 9 Celestial Phenomena Realm Vice sect leaders, along with numerous protectors and helmsmen, panic-stricken, fled far from Dragon Tiger Mountain. Slice. Lin Yuan's mind stirred slightly. The Taiji yin-yang diagram suddenly expanded, and he swiftly drew the true martial sword, making a light cut. When the sword light first emerged, it was only 3 feet in size, but it grew larger and larger, heavier and sharper to the extreme. With just one sword strike, 7 of the 9 vice sect leaders were cleaved in 2, with hundreds in the demon crowd meeting their demise. Lin Yuan struck several more times. Thousands of demon corpses lay strewn, the ground almost dyed red with blood. Chapter 44. I just sleep for a while and you become a heavenly master? It's almost done. Lin Yuan sheathed the true martial sword. With those few strikes, at least 99% of the thousands of the demon crowd surrounding Dragon Tiger Mountain had died. Lin Yuan turned around and walked towards the Celestial Master Mansion's group. Wang's Heavenly Master. The Pingyang Daoist and Taoist Kanking's hands trembled, their old tears flowing freely. This was the Heavenly Master after all. For the first time in 500 years, the Celestial Master Mansion had finally seen the rise of a new Heavenly Master. We pay our respects to the Heavenly Master. We pay our respects to the Heavenly Master. The rest of the righteous faction's members also bowed in unison. At this moment, they all felt a tremor in their hearts, and a question arose within them. Was the Celestial Master Mansion's Heavenly Master really this powerful? Killing those in the Celestial Phenomena realm as if slaughtering chickens? The scenes of Lin Yuan's actions just now were witnessed by them, and the major forces had records of the previous generations of Heavenly Masters. In terms of power, the Heavenly Master indeed stood completely above those in the Celestial Phenomena realm, but their abilities and techniques shouldn't be this terrifying, right? All of you rise. Lin Yuan waved his hand. Yes. The crowd stood up, feeling somewhat relieved internally. It seemed that the disposition of this generation's Heavenly Master was quite good. But when everyone remembered the fate of the thousands of the demon crowd just now, and the scene nearby with bodies strewn everywhere, they immediately dismissed that thought. Quite good, my ass. Disciple, this disciple has sinned. Master Chongqing still knelt in his place. The others could stand, but he could not. It's fine. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. Master Chongqing had indeed given up on him, but at the time, Lin Yuan had also taken the path of the Supreme Yin and Supreme Yang, which indeed could be described as shocking and unorthodox. Had it been anyone else, their death would have been on their own head. But Lin Yuan had been acknowledged by the true martial sword, making him a seedling for the Heavenly Master. For the Celestial Master Mansion he held great significance, such a disciple taking what was perceived by the public as the wrong path. Master Chongqing's deep regret and distress were understandable. It was like those scientists from the Cosmic Human Alliance who studied battleships and mechas, suddenly focusing on literature and theology. The outsiders would be furious, let alone the teachers and schools who nurtured these great scientists. Afterward, after chatting with the other righteous forces for a few moments, Lin Yuan, along with the Celestial Master Mansion disciples, returned to Dragon Tiger Mountain. The powerful individuals from the righteous factions also tactfully took their leave. 500 years, and the Celestial Master Mansion has finally produced a new Heavenly Master. I almost thought the ancient records were wrong, that there was no such thing as Celestial Masters, that the Celestial Phenomena realm was the apex and the idea of a Celestial Master transcending it was nothing but absurdity. The Heavenly Master, to witness the grandeur of a Heavenly Master in one's lifetime, tisk. Right, what was the name of that Heavenly Master again? Zhang Shanfeng. I heard a true person from the Celestial Master Mansion mention this name. Zhang Shanfeng, Heavenly Master Zhang. The strong individuals from the numerous righteous factions conversed among each other, and it was predictable that within a month, the news of a new Heavenly Master's emergence in the Celestial Master Mansion would spread across the world. At the waist of Dragon Tiger Mountain, Lin Yuan walked up the mountain path, step by step. Following behind him were Master Chongqing, Pingyang Daoist, and other disciples of the Celestial Master Mansion. Heavenly Master. Pingyang Daoist hesitated, wanting to speak but stopping himself. Lin Yuan had once told him that he intended to follow the path of the Supreme Yin and Supreme Yang and even aimed to merge them to surpass the Celestial Phenomena realm. At that time, Pingyang Daoist had thought Lin Yuan was crazy, as it was already extremely difficult to pursue the path of the Supreme Yin and Supreme Yang, let alone to merge them. But now, it seemed, Lin Yuan had obviously succeeded. Even outsiders could see that the power Lin Yuan displayed was different from that of previous Heavenly Masters. As someone from the Celestial Phenomena realm within the Celestial Master Mansion, Pingyang Daoist naturally had his own feelings about this. That's why he harbored doubts in his heart. I know what you want to ask. Lin Yuan halted his steps, looking over the scenery below the mountain. I have indeed integrated Tai Yang and Tai Yin. After the fusion of Taiyin Pole Extreme and Taiyang Pole Extreme, I call it Taiji. Lin Yuan pondered for a moment, then slowly said, "At the same time, the Taiji symbol formed by the intertwining of the yin fish and yang fish appeared in the palm of Lin Yuan's hand. The extreme of Taiyin is Taiyang. The extreme of Taiyang is Taiyin. Taiyang and Taiyin together compose Taiji. Taiji, Taiji." Pingyang Taoist felt an indescribable shock in his heart. This was a realm that the 36 generations of celestial masters of the Celestial Master Mansion had not touched. Even the most powerful first-generation celestial master paled before the path of Taiji. The path of Taiji is not for those without great perseverance, great opportunity, or great enlightenment. I will imprint this path into my celestial master's saber. In the future, I will place this saber in the sword tomb. If a future disciple unconsciously conforms with the Tao of Taiji, the saber will fly out on its own. Lin Yuan continued to speak. The Tao of Taiji was something he had comprehended in this world, and thus he would return it to this world. The reason Lin Yuan did not directly record the path of Taiji in books for inheritance was that the dual cultivation of Taiyang and Taiyin was too perilous. Ordinary people who touched it would die. If the complete path of Taiji were made available for all to see, it was feared that the Celestial Master Mansion wouldn't last many years before self-destructing. Inside a Taoist temple on Dragon Tiger Mountain, Lin Yuan stood in front of a bed. Behind him, Master Tsongqing, Pingyang, and others all stood respectfully. Lin Yuan looked towards the bed, where Taoist Chongqing lay in a coma. Taoist Chongqing had fought with a powerful practitioner of the demonic Tao and ultimately had been infused with demonic qi deep into his viscera. This caused his consciousness to sink into a coma, from which he could not awake. Such an injury was difficult to cure, and even practitioners in the celestial phenomena realm could do nothing, only relying on the patient himself, hoping that one day, if the demonic qi in the viscera dissipated enough, he might wake up on his own. Of course, such injuries, for Lin Yuan at this time, naturally were not a concern. With the power of Taiji bringing balance between yin and yang, it only took a few breaths for him to completely expel the demonic qi from Taoist Changqing's body. Half an hour later, Taoist Chongqing gradually regained consciousness. Shanfeng, seeing Lin Yuan first, Taoist Chongqing became excited immediately. "I found the trail of the Yin snake helmsman who acted against Zhang family fort back then, but when I tracked it down, I ended up ambushed. That Yin snake helmsman was well prepared, and with all my strength, I only managed to seriously injure him before being struck by others." Taoist Chongqing said this with a bewildered look in his eyes. He knew nothing of what happened after that. "No matter. I will personally reclaim the vendetta for Zhang family fort." Lin Yuan smiled slightly. "Shanfeng, those people from the demonic sect are extremely cunning. You must not personally undertake such risks." Upon hearing this, Taoist Changqing's tone immediately became serious. He himself was a living example. He thought he was the hunter, but ended up falling into the Yin snake helmsman's trap. Taoist Chongqing was about to continue educating Lin Yuan a bit more. However, Taoist Pingyang, standing beside, found it a bit unbearable to watch. "Chongqing, what are you saying? In front of you is Celestial Master Zhang. Mind your tone and words." Taoist Pingyang subtly hinted to Taoist Chongqing with a glance. "Ah, Celestial Master Zhang?" Shanfeng became Celestial Master Zhang? Taoist Changqing's face filled with confusion, and it wasn't until he saw Master Tsongqing and many other prominent individuals standing respectfully behind Lin Yuan that his mouth slowly fell open. "I just fell asleep, and Shanfeng became the Celestial Master." Chapter 45. The Heavenly Master descends the mountain under Qingping's quiet explanation, and Master Tsongqing's nod of affirmation. Chongqing finally believed that Lin Yuan had become a Celestial Master of the Celestial Master Mansion. To be precise, he was the 37th generation Celestial Master. The 36th generation Celestial Master dated back to 500 years ago. How unpredictable life is. Changqing's expression was one of gratification, tinged with a hint of complexity. Before he fell unconscious, the Celestial Master Mansion, together with other righteous forces, had been collectively striving to curb the expansion of the demon crowd and other demonic Tao forces. The situation between the two sides wasn't exactly even, but the Celestial Master Mansion had not gained any advantage. But now, Lin Yuan, whom he had watched grow up, had become a Celestial Master, directly breaking through the myriad demon sect, with the blood of the demonic Tao's followers still warm at the foot of Dragon Tiger Mountain. Such a turn of events left Changqing quite emotional. Next, Lin Yuan checked Changqing's body several times over to ensure there was no residue of demonic qi, before rising to take his leave. Changqing walked to the entrance of the Daoist temple, watching Lin Yuan's departing figure. His lips moved. "Zhang, your son has become an invincible celestial master. True martial Dao Zhang." Lin Yuan returned here once again. This place had always been where the celestial masters of the Celestial Master Mansions secluded themselves for cultivation. It only became a site for potential celestial masters and those of the celestial phenomena realm to seek enlightenment in the absence of a celestial master. Celestial master? Lin Yuan sat cross-legged. He carefully felt his own strength. After becoming a celestial master, Lin Yuan had first rushed to handle the myriad demon sect. Then he had rescued Changqing, which meant it was only now that he had time to experience the power of a celestial master. Firstly, it was his lifespan, based on the power of Taiyin Wuji Taiyang Wuji. After becoming a celestial master, Lin Yuan vaguely felt that his lifespan had skyrocketed to 500 years. You should know, the lifespan of previous celestial masters was only about 200 years. Lin Yuan's lifespan was more than double that of previous celestial masters. Combining both Taiyin and Taiyang indeed made him much stronger than celestial masters who focused solely on Taiyin or Taiyang. This was not only evident in combat power but also clearly reflected in lifespan. 500 years. Lin Yuan was profoundly stirred. You see, this was the basic lifespan. This meant that without any external aids, Lin Yuan could live for 500 years. If he were to return to the Cosmic Human Alliance, combined with various cutting-edge biotechnologies, Lin Yuan estimated he could live for over 2,000 years. The essence of a lifespan limit comes from the failure of various organs, but in the Cosmic Human Alliance, it was entirely possible to cultivate new organs to replace the decayed old ones. This was also why the first-layer evolvers could easily live for 400 to 500 years. Of course, replacing organs could only prolong life. With the passage of time, the soul's consciousness of living beings would gradually weaken, and then, no matter how many organs were replaced, it wouldn't be very helpful. However, the strength of the soul's consciousness depends on the strength of the realm. The stronger the being, the stronger its consciousness. My current strength, according to the rankings of the Human Alliance, would be roughly equivalent to the second-layer 9th stage, Lin Yuan thought to himself. In this world's cultivation system, the celestial phenomena realm roughly corresponded to the second-layer evolvers of the Human Alliance, specifically ranging from the second-layer 1st stage to the 2nd stage. As for a celestial master, it would be between second-layer 4th stage and 6th stage. Since Lin Yuan entered the rank of celestial master rooted in both Taiyin and Taiyang, his strength far surpassed that of previous celestial masters, thus positioning him at the second-layer 9th stage. Do not underestimate the gap of just a few stages. The Cosmic Human Alliance's ranking is extremely standard. Even a difference of one stage can mean nearly double the internal energy capacity. Still 61 years of residence time left. Lin Yuan glanced at the virtual text below his line of sight. Name, Zhang Shanfeng Lin Yuan. Identity, holder of the Myriad Realms Gate. Bound talent, against heaven's understanding. Current status, consciousness descent. Remaining residence time, 60 years and 11 months. This time traveling through Lin Yuan's residence time reached 80 years. Apart from the first 10 years and the more than 9 years of becoming a celestial master seed, a total of 19 years and 1 month had passed. There's still plenty of time. Lin Yuan nodded slightly. Compared to the 20 years of residence time during his first travel, this time the residence duration was considerably more generous. Perhaps, as my strength increases, the residence time for each travel will extend? Lin Yuan speculated in his heart. Having sensed his own condition, Lin Yuan's mind slightly stirred. The true martial sword hung in the air, stopping in front of Lin Yuan. "Go back." Lin Yuan reached out to touch the sword's hilt, whispering softly. After stepping into the realm of Heavenly Master, the power of Taiyin and Taiyang within the true martial sword offered virtually no assistance to Lin Yuan. Thus, Lin Yuan planned to let it return to the sword tomb and continue its slumber. "Go!" Lin Yuan patted the sword's hilt, and the true martial sword, with a swoosh sound, turned into a sword light and went back into the sword tomb. Shortly after sending away the true martial sword, Master Tsongqing respectfully walked in. "Heavenly Master." Master Tsongqing inquired, "I wonder how the Celestial Master's sword should be crafted. What requirements do you have, Heavenly Master?" In the Celestial Master Mansion, every generation's Celestial Master would possess their own Celestial Master sword. The Celestial Master sword is also a symbol of each generation's Heavenly Master. Even if a Heavenly Master passed away, the sword he left behind could still represent him. The journey to the Sword Tomb, which happens every 20 years at the Celestial Master Mansion, would occasionally see the sword of a past Celestial Master fly out. The disciple recognized by the Celestial Master's sword would receive the full support of the Celestial Master Mansion's training. The Celestial Master's sword, Lin Yuan fell into brief contemplation. He had no special requirement for his own Celestial Master's sword, as long as it was of a normal sword shape. "Do you need anything engraved on the hilt or the blade?" Master Tsongqing reminded. Typically, every generation's Heavenly Master would have their signature engraved on the Celestial Master's sword. This signature could be characters, a pattern, or even a painting. After all, the swordsmiths of the Celestial Master Mansion were highly skilled, so this was no issue. "Engraved," Lin Yuan thought for a while and said, "My name is Zhang Shanfeng, so let's engrave a mountain peak on the Celestial Master's sword." "No problem." Master Tsongqing agreed immediately. This wasn't a difficult task. "Wait a moment." Lin Yuan suddenly remembered something. The name Zhang Shanfeng was given by his parents. They originally wanted him to protect the entire Zhang family fort like a mountain peak. Unfortunately, Lin Yuan's parents had already been dead for nearly 20 years. "Add 2 more mountain peaks." Lin Yuan changed his mind. "Engrave 3 mountain peaks on the Celestial Master's sword." 3 mountain peaks? Master Tsongqing was slightly startled. 3 peaks. Several days later, the swordsmith of the Celestial Master Mansion delivered the newly crafted Celestial Master's sword. The reason for such speed was that every generation in the Celestial Master Mansion had their own swordsmith craft the embryo of the Celestial Master's sword in advance. As soon as a new Celestial Master was born, they could craft the complete Celestial Master's sword in the shortest time. Indeed, it's a fine sword. Lin Yuan nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping over the 3 mountain peaks engraved on the blade. Of course, the good sword Lin Yuan referred to was in comparison to ordinary swords. The most special aspect of the Celestial Master's sword was that it was imbued with the Heavenly Master's energy over a long period, which gave it a certain level of sentience. Even inside the Celestial Master's sword, there remained power left by a corresponding Heavenly Master, and future disciples could hope to draw out this power to fight their enemies. When Master Tsongqing fought the Wan Mo Men's sect master, he had used the power of the Celestial Master within the sword. "It's almost time to go down the mountain." Lin Yuan picked up his own Celestial Master's sword, left the true martial Daozong, and descended Dragon Tiger Mountain. 20 years ago, the Zhang family fort was destroyed. Several years ago, Changqing was possessed by demonic qi, and not long ago, the Myriad Demons sect besieged Dragon Tiger Mountain. New grudges and old hatreds could not be settled just by Lin Yuan killing the Wan Mo Men's sect master and several thousand members of the demon crowd. Chapter 46 Purge the Demons in the Year of Jiazi. How many demon chiefs are there in the world? If someone were to ask this question, they would certainly be mocked. Because the number of demon chiefs in the world is simply countless. Even if you counted every demon chief under the command of the Myriad Demons sect, the leading force of the demonic Tao, including those of 8th and 9th grade, the number would still fall short of 10,000. And what about the demon chiefs causing chaos in places all around the world? aren't they more than 100,000, a million? Because becoming a demon chief is just too easy. And the benefits are too great. Ordinary people who want to step into the 9th grade and become cultivators, not to mention enduring training in the 3 nines of winter and the 3 10 days of summer heat, must devote countless efforts and time. And in the end, they may not even succeed. But if you simply cultivate a single demonic technique, and then consume the essence and blood of several dozen ordinary people, you can smoothly step into the 9th grade realm. Although it's true that demonic techniques are easy to begin but much more difficult to master into higher levels, or even to achieve the upper 3 grades, compared to righteous techniques, many people wouldn't even be able to reach the lower 3 grades without demonic techniques, let alone the upper 3 grades being an outlandish idea. Moreover, demon chiefs act unscrupulously, not bound by various rules, killing as easily as eating and drinking. And thus, they are pursued and revered by many, especially in the last few decades, as the myriad demons sect has risen, occupying much of the righteous path's efforts. This has allowed the demon chiefs all around to run even more rampant. Previously, strong cultivators of the righteous path would often leave their cloisters to purge demons and protect the Tao. Now, these righteous path strong cultivators are all battling with the myriad demon sect. The demon chiefs that squat around have lost their shackles, their methods becoming even more vicious. However now, the demon chiefs of the world have met their doomsday. Because Zhang, the heavenly master from Dragon Tiger Mountain, has descended to purge the demons. The headquarters of the myriad demons sect. After the battle at Dragon Tiger Mountain, the sect master of the myriad demons sect met his death, 8 of the 9 celestial phenomena realm vice sect leaders perished. The only one who escaped alive did so because he had tasks to perform at a distance from Dragon Tiger Mountain. And with his expertise in preserving his own life, he barely managed to escape. Even so, the vice sect leader was still terribly shaken. Although he was fully focused on escaping, a casual glimpse revealed the myriad demons sect turned into mountains of corpses and seas of blood, a sight so horrifying that it almost shattered the demon heart of such a demon chief. Vice sect leader, what do we do now? The sect leader is dead, and the other vice sect leaders are dead too. Do we stay here now? A demon chief who was left behind asked with a trembling voice. If we don't stay here, where can we flee to? This is the headquarters, full of complex mechanisms. Hiding here is the safest option. The vice sect leader composed himself and issued the order calmly. At the beginning of the rise of the myriad demon sect, they had already considered that if they were to lose the decisive battle against the righteous path, the headquarters would be their last refuge. The headquarters of the myriad demon sect, prepared by dozens of master mechanicists, would not be a place where a group at the celestial phenomena realm would dare to barge into without risking severe injury from the traps. It was precisely because of this, the vice sect leader finally chose to flee back to the headquarters. At the same time, he ordered the demon chiefs who stayed behind to activate all mechanisms. Suddenly, just at this moment, screams of agony could be heard from the outside. At the same time, a terrifying tremor was almost transmitted throughout the entire headquarters. No! Who are you? Why are you killing us? The desperate howls of demon chiefs within the headquarters came over, and in the blink of an eye, silence fell. A figure dressed in a Daoist robe walked in step by step. It was Lin Yuan. Heavenly Master, the vice sect leader gave a wretched smile. He had anticipated that the headquarters mechanisms wouldn't stop the Heavenly Master from Dragon Tiger Mountain. But he didn't expect it to be so fast. The many mechanisms that the myriad demons sect once regarded as a means of retreat were unable to hold on for even a fraction of an incense stick's time in the hands of the Heavenly Master. Heavenly Master, if I choose to submit to you, to submit to the Celestial Master Mansion, can I still live? The vice sect leader didn't give up and asked softly. No matter what, he was a celestial phenomena realm figure, so surely he must be of some use, right? There's no need. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. He then turned and left. The vice sect leader who sat in the chief position suddenly had a red line appear at the center of his forehead. The demon chief beside him was no exception. His eyes quickly stiffened, and he collapsed. The Great Yu Dynasty. The capital. A man dressed in a blood-colored robe, full of terror, fled to the outer gates of the imperial palace. My name is Ouyang Yi, the direct disciple of the myriad demons sect master. I know the secret method to swiftly cultivate celestial phenomena realm powerhouses. The myriad demons sect's 9 celestial phenomena realms came into being through this method. The man in the blood-colored robe, Ouyang Yi, looked towards the imperial palace in front of him, activated his true qi, and projected his voice inside. The Great Yu Dynasty was the unifying and powerful dynasty of the world today, and also the only survival path for him, Ouyang Yi. I can reveal this method to the Great Yu Dynasty. My only request is that you protect me and stop that Zhang, the heavenly master. Ouyang Yi continued, his expression almost begging. He believed the method to swiftly cultivate celestial phenomena realm powerhouses was something the Great Yu Dynasty couldn't refuse, for these were celestial phenomena realm beings. No matter how great the cost, for a dynasty, it was an invaluable treasure. After a long wait, the massive gates of the imperial palace were pushed open. A hunched old man walked out. This hunched old man exuded a profound aura, evidently a celestial phenomena realm powerhouse. You may go. Zhang, the heavenly master, is unmatched in the world. Those he wishes to kill, the demons he wishes to purge, we cannot help with. The hunched old man shook his head slightly. Then, as if sensing something, he quickly turned and went back through the door. The next moment, the great doors of the imperial palace were shut tightly. Can't help. You'd forsake even the methods of cultivating warriors of the celestial phenomena realm? The man in the blood-colored robe, Ouyang Yi, fell silent. Could it be, there is really no one in the world who can save me? Ouyang Yi was utterly disheartened. Soon after, a streak of sword light flashed from behind. Ouyang Yi fell to the ground lifeless. How sensible of him to fall. Lin Yuan looked up at the Great Yu Imperial Palace for a moment, then turned and left. The extreme northern ice field. In front of a palace built of crystalline ice. A figure clad in black robes knelt there. My primordial demon gate lineage once stood with yours from the northern plains, side by side, 6,000 years ago. I am willing to reveal many of the primordial demon gate's secrets, if only to survive. The figure in black robes spoke softly, knowing that the lord inside the ice palace of the northern plains could hear him. Under all the heavens, it was only this northern plains lord who could somewhat restrain that heavenly master Zhang. You want to live? Deep within the ice palace sat an imposing man with golden glinting eyes. His expression was grave, betraying no emotion. I, too, wish to live, the imposing man sighed. Northern Plains Lord, are you really just going to watch as my primordial demon gate lineage faces extinction once again? With no response coming, the figure in the black robe raised his head in despair. Meanwhile, the figure in the black robe collapsed with a thud. Lin Yuan's voice emerged beside him. Northern Plains Lord? Lin Yuan looked at the palace before him with slight surprise. From the records of the Celestial Master Mansion, he knew that the Northern Plains lineage had a history as ancient as the Celestial Masters. However, this lineage had always kept their distance from the Central Plains power, dwelling in the extreme northern ice field, hence the world knew very little about them. Heavenly Master Zhang, this demon has nothing to do with my northern plains. He came to us of his own accord. The imposing man in the depths of the ice palace immediately spoke up nervously, sensing Lin Yuan's gaze. I know. Lin Yuan nodded. He vanished without a sound. Only after Lin Yuan had completely left did the northern plains lord heave a sigh of relief. The pressure this generation's heavenly master puts on me is too great, apparently much stronger than any of his predecessors? The imposing man thought to himself. The Northern Plains lineage understood the celestial masters better than other righteous forces. And for this reason, the pressure the imposing man felt from Lin Yuan was almost unbearable. In a desolate desert, dozens of figures frantically fled. Heavenly Master Zhang, although we brothers call ourselves demons, we have nothing to do with the Myriad Demons sect. When the Myriad Demons sect attacked Dragon Tiger Mountain, we brothers were not privy to it, nor did we take part. The leader, with a hoarse voice full of fear, looked back at the figure approaching step by step. All demons must be killed. Lin Yuan raised his right hand and gently pressed down. The dozens of people running ahead of him fell simultaneously. On a bustling street, a fortune-telling Daoist called out to passers-by. At that moment, a man with ordinary features approached. "Tell me, how long can I live?" The man with ordinary features had red-rimmed eyes, obviously in a state of extreme tension. "Considering your young age," the fortune-telling Daoist took one look and his expression changed slightly. He quickly packed up his abacus and without a second thought, turned and left. "Sir, are you that afraid of him? You didn't even dare to give him a reading?" A child ran after the fleeing man. "What do you know?" The fortune-teller glared at him. "The man from just now, his life won't last long. If we get too close, we might get involved." The fortune-telling Daoist spoke quickly. "Ah, get involved." The child blinked, knowing that his master was one of the strongest under the heavens, wondering how he could be afraid of getting involved. "Because that man is a demon," the fortune-telling Daoist stated bluntly. "A demon?" Upon hearing this, the child shrunk his head back. Who didn't know nowadays that the demons of the world were facing a great calamity? The heavenly master Zhang, who came down from Dragon Tiger Mountain, was hunting demons all over. Any demon would hardly escape death, and no one could stop it. Heavenly Master Zhang. The fortune-telling Daoist suddenly stopped. His heart began to tremble. For a young man wearing a Daoist robe came facing him, walking towards the spot where the man with ordinary features had been. "Heavenly Master Zhang has arrived," the fortune-telling Daoist murmured to himself. Later generations recorded that the 37th generation Heavenly Master Zhang Shanfeng descended the mountain to purge a myriad of demons. In the 60 years that followed, the demonic Tao forces vanished into obscurity, and peace reigned in the world, with no one daring to call themselves a demon. This period was subsequently known as the Demon Purge Cycle. You're tuning in to the Wang Lin's Journey YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.